Hey, Edan. Greetings from Vienna.
Hello from Miami.
Yeah, let's jump right into Miami, man, because there's something different about a hackathon than a conference. So why don't you give us your impressions about Bitcoin Miami?
Um, Actually, it was a bit more of like a shitcoin conference than any other Bitcoin conference I've ever been to. There were tens of thousands of people. Yeah, they say there were 50,000 people who came to Miami for like conference or conference related things. I think there were only 12,000 people who actually had tickets to the conference, but the city is full of people advertising all kinds of, I don't even know what this stuff is. It's really, it feels like every 4 years we get this massive influx of tourists who are here to try and sell you their coins and then leave. So that's what we've got running around Miami.
Try and sell our coin while you were there?
What? Sorry?
Did you try and sell our coin while you were there?
No, I tried to sell sovereign and sovereignty. If people want to discover more about it and buy SOV, that's cool. And I'll remind you, SOV is not a coin. Unless you mean by our coin Bitcoin, in which case, abso-fucking-lutely. So yeah, I mean, one interesting thing about Miami, which I've just been wandering around, is there's a lot of graffiti, like Bitcoin graffiti everywhere. It feels like, moments before the revolution in some kind of, like the beginning of a movie where they're trying to explain the future to you. That montage, that's what it feels like. There's like right down the road from my hotel is a Papa John's, which appropriately has a giant flashing neon sign that says Bitcoin ATM inside. It's very cool. There is a feeling like, the future is not evenly distributed, but it's already here, and Miami seems to be a little bit ahead of the curve.
Cool. Anything that stood out for you during the conference? Because, we've all been sitting here on Discord and limited live stream, and everybody in the community, what give us a couple of the highlights.
Well, honestly, I have no idea. I wasn't in any of the talks. You
were in the hall track?
Yeah. But what was very cool was the number of people who seemed to be aware of and interested in Sovereign. Like, I couldn't walk 5 meters without someone stopping me to try and tell me, like, that they were excited about Sovereign, or they just started using Sovereign, or that they're finally, this is what they've been waiting for. And that was very, very cool. And what was even weirder was there were, like I said, there were like 50,000 people. And so I met some people who I'd known just randomly in the past and had never been into crypto. And they were telling me about, they'd recently gotten into Bitcoin, and they were down in Miami to do their own research. And they were really excited about some of the projects. And I said, oh yeah, cool. Like what projects are you excited about? And they said, oh, well, there's this one that I've heard about. It's called Sovereign. It's like, whoa, this is very cool.
Tell me about it. Wow, never heard that one. Cool. Yeah. So watching it from afar, it really, being an American, I just thought, oh my God, this is so American. I've been gone for 30 years, but it just feels so repulsingly familiar, so to speak. But yeah, so we're doing a hackathon. Why don't you tell people how that sort of like came to be? Why we decided to do that? I'd like to say that, like, actually, when you reached out to me via Twitter DM and asked me to join the team, the first question you had for me was, do you know any comic book writers? And that's how I joined, was looking for some comic book writers for the Sovereign universe. But then we came to a different place. Why don't you give people a little bit of background about how we arrived at the idea to do Sovrython?
Well, I mean, there's already a very large number of people who are contributing to Sovereign. Most of them, however, have come to Sovereign by, through the Sovereign Discord, started talking to someone on the team, and then have become involved in contributing. And this is particularly true of developers. But there's a huge world, like there's an entire world that we're looking to build. If Sovereign is going to achieve its ultimate mission, which is to replace the entire financial system, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be built. And it's important that as many people as possible have easy access to being able to contribute to building Sovereign. And at the same time, we want to inculcate from the very beginning a culture of open contribution, right? So even though if you go to the Discord, you can see the conversations that the devs are having, and anyone can participate, and you can go to the GitHub and anyone can make a pull request. It's important, if you want to build an open source community, that you actively look to reach out to as many developers as possible, and in particular make entrance or make it really, really easy for people to kind of get involved. And I think that's the great thing about the Sovrython, is it's a really, really easy entry point to being able to start contributing to Sovereign and to the broader Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem.
Yeah, so one of the things that's interesting is that we're doing this on an Ethereum platform, Gitcoin, which has to date raised over $12.5 million for open source development in the crypto sector. And are you familiar with anything similar in the Bitcoin world? How's development happening in open source software on the Bitcoin side of things?
Yeah, so most of the development that's happening in Bitcoin outside of sort of Sovereign, right, and the Sovereign ecosystem, occurs in two types of groups. One is Bitcoin Core. Bitcoin Core is can be intimidating to join. There's a lot, like the Bitcoin Core code can be complicated. There's a lot you have to learn, and you kind of need to earn your chops and earn your way into Bitcoin Core. And I think that's great. Bitcoin Core is the group of collaborators who are making sure that Bitcoin remains the most secure, safest, most reliable blockchain out there, right? And so it should require an additional level of effort to be able to properly contribute to that. Then the other big open source effort is Lightning Network. And Lightning Network is primarily being driven by a few companies who are building on it. And it looks a little bit different. So it's in some ways easier to start contributing to Lightning, but also because there are a number of companies that are building around Lightning, there are also some slightly different variants or standards around how they're building, and they have slightly different visions around that. With Sovereign, I think there's an opportunity to do something a little bit different. And I think the Ethereum community has developed a very interesting way of driving collaboration, not so much on core Ethereum, right? So Ethereum core is primarily driven by the Ethereum Foundation, but around all of the applications and extensions of features that could exist on Ethereum. And Gitcoin has done a phenomenal job around building a platform which makes it easier to reach out to developers, particularly Solidity developers, and reward them for participating in open source projects. And I think I saw on Twitter there was this guy who was on one of the panels in the conference like 2 days ago, and he was saying, Bitcoin toxic Bitcoin maximalism is necessary, and if you're against toxic Bitcoin maximalism, you're against Bitcoin, and if you're against Bitcoin, you're against freedom. And then, thankfully, Eric Voorhees got on the stage immediately after and said, yeah, well, that's just bullshit. And I think that's, it's important that we build a hyper-inclusive attitude to Bitcoin. Toxic, like Bitcoin, now with less toxins, right? We need
I like that.
We need Bitcoin to be hyper-inclusive because we want to include everyone in it, right? And you can't want to include everyone in something and at the same time have an attitude of exclusivity, and worse, an attitude of aggressive, arrogant exclusivity. And so I think there's also an opportunity with the Sovrython and with DeFi for Bitcoin to bring a different type of attitude, a older type of attitude, the original type of attitude of what it is to be a Bitcoiner, which is somebody who is trying to collaborate to a global effort to increase human and individual liberty. And you do that by welcoming other people and giving them the gift of sovereignty, not by pushing them away.
Yeah, I saw Eric's that clip from Eric this morning, and right before we got on, and I really chuckled. I think that we've been making a push to be inclusive and are looking towards a cross-chain future that people can move in and out of consensus rule sets frictionlessly, whether they're for assets or for participating in governance. And it seems like there's slowly a shift that more people are complaining about this sort of like Bitcoin is a rock thing from 2-Bit Idiot. There's numerous people that are dissatisfied. I think that taking a sounding from Twitter is not really the place anymore. Although we're all there, I don't think it's really the leadership in the space. I think that's happening on channels like Discord, on Sphinx Chat, BitcoinHackers.org, Matrix servers. There's a lot of splintering of the groups where people are actually having technical discussions, engineering discussions, and it's Twitter is not really representative anymore of actually what's going on in the space. Would you agree with that?
I think it's actually never been representative. Actually, last night I was sitting by a pool with a couple of Bitcoin core devs. We were talking about, basically this topic, and one of them said, it was cool because he was like echoing the exact same thinking that I've had. He was saying that 2017, the block size wars, was a bit of cultural PTSD for Bitcoiners. Right? There was a real threat to the basic values of the Bitcoin project, and not only that, the threat was coming from the inside. There were people like Roger Ver, who up until that time I think had been a great friend to all of us, and
I got some of my first paid Bitcoin from Roger as one of the founders of the Bitcoin Foundation, and I used to have this avatar picture when he was called Bitcoin Jesus of me holding a cross with Roger Ver's face on it, and I mean, he was a luminary in the early days.
All right.
Yeah.
And so it was like there was a schism in the family. I mean, the Bitcoin started as a very, very small community, and it's like the people you grew up with, and so that was the schism, and so it was because it was the people that we knew, because it was a threat to the core values. It was a deeply emotional and deeply important threat. And Bitcoin as a community galvanized around defending its core values. But there's a price that you pay for any civil war, right? And it leaves scars. And I think we are at the tail end of the scars that period is left.
I think that wound was then opened up with Ethereum as well, right? That also further splintered things. You had people that were Bitcoiners that were interested in this first ICO that were interested in the composability to combat the limitations of Bitcoin script, how complicated it is. And that further splinted things, and that seems to have been the primary actual tribal narrative in the last years. Is
look, one of the big issues is that while Bitcoin was going through this, right, the Ethereum community, at least the most vocal proponents of the Ethereum community, including Vitalik, were latched onto this as an opportunity to, you know, explain why Bitcoin doesn't make sense or why Ethereum. There was a huge amount of Ethereum toxicity during that time when Bitcoin was going through a very important trial by fire, right? And a civil war. It's like, imagine there's a civil war and you're standing on the sides and saying, you know,
gasoline on the fire.
Exactly. So and that has also left substantial. I think that has left a good deal of poison between the two communities. And I think that's very unfortunate. But I think that's starting to clear. And I actually think that Taproot is going to play a very important role. Taproot is the first big it's a release, right? New release in Bitcoin since SegWit, since the Civil War, and it seems to be going through smoothly. There's
we're at like 60% right now, or 58% activation.
I think even more actually, and it's almost certain to pass and be implemented by November with a high degree of consensus. And I think that's going to be, an opportunity and a real signal that the trauma's over. We can get past it. Things move very, very fast in crypto, right? And the culture will change again. And I think Sovereign is part of that same thing, right? That, all right, cool. We've done our trauma thing. Now we're getting over it. We're moving on. We're building again, right? And we can learn from the entire crypto space. There's value everywhere, and whatever is valuable, we will take advantage of it. And Gitcoin.
That's a perfect segue to going back to actually, you know, you're like really a hardcore Bitcoiner, right? And we've shifted from this maximalism, you know, to being Bitcoin mutants, many of us. Where was the point that the light bulb went out for you? That you just went, okay, we're gonna use Solidity smart contracts on RSK and do this thing. Well, where did that epiphany occur?
I don't think I actually ever had that moment. I think it was just years of thinking about things and observing. I think for me, the really big, for years, there have been, so I think from the very beginning, there were always two things that I thought were going to be necessary and important to bring liberty to the masses and to bring Bitcoin to the masses. The first was the ability to use Bitcoin, to get in and out of Bitcoin, to borrow and lend with Bitcoin using a decentralized system which is, which operates the same way that Bitcoin operates, right? Incorruptible, borderless permissions. The second thing was that I thought it was going to be necessary to have stable coins. I don't think people are going to transact in Bitcoin directly, at least not in, the next 10, 15, probably even 20 years. I think
that's on the way, even with El Salvador announcing, a national approval of Bitcoin.
That's
really
right.
We're that far away.
Yeah, I think this is, it may never happen. And it may never happen for the same reason it didn't happen with gold, right? So a fixed issuance commodity, right, is always going to be relatively volatile in comparison to something which is designed to be more stable. But that doesn't mean you want fiat. What it means is you want a representation of Bitcoin, which is designed.
This is like heresy for Bitcoiners, dude, man. A representation of Bitcoin is like their biggest fear of fractionalizing Bitcoin. I mean,
Oh, well, I actually don't think so. So let me finish the thought. What I think is going to be useful to people. I think what is the best way for us to compete with fiat is to have something which can be used as a medium of exchange, right? Which is relatively non-volatile, but that you can still rely on. And so what that looks like in my mind is a Bitcoin-backed stablecoin, right? So if you continue, and I don't think it is heresy or shouldn't be heresy for Bitcoiners, because if you think about what the gold standard looks like, is you have a medium of exchange, which is like a banknote, but it is redeemable for gold, right? Which is gold, and in our case, digital gold, which is Bitcoin. And you can make that redemption trustless. And already on Sovrython, we have Bitcoin-backed stablecoins. And I think that that's the path forward for El Salvador and for everyone else. And so coming back to the question that you asked me, I always used to say, if we can crack stablecoins, we've won. Now, I didn't actually think about Tether as a stablecoin. I just thought of it as like, an IOU. What I meant by that was decentralized, permissionless, censorship-resistant stablecoins. And then MakerDAO came out. I was extremely skeptical. I didn't think it was going to work at all. I just thought it was an almost impossible problem. And then about a year later, MakerDAO was still running. And that was when I really started paying attention. I think that they did something really phenomenal. I think they've lost their way since then. But what they did, proving that it was possible,
that was pretty epic. Yeah, I think that was a major, that was a seismic shift as well.
Yeah.
Most definitely. So let's talk about, let's bring it down to some of our bounties then in Sovrython. Anthony, if you could shift over and share the screen that I have. So on Gitcoin, we have a number of partners: Interlay, Api3, the Ethereum name service, Covalent, and the Akash Network that are participating in adding another, I think it's 150,000, 175,000 now in bounties to what it is that we're already offering.
So that's in addition to the 500K, so it's like 675,000. Wow.
Yeah, man. And I've been getting, since you've been in Miami, I've been getting PMs from other companies that want to add and match the bounties. So it looks like we'll probably have a much higher amount probably by next week. If you go to the Gitcoin page, you can sign up by clicking the Join Now button. And let's see, wait for the page to reload. And oops, so that's actually classic. Okay, I can't find the link that I want right now, but there's a prize explorer. Let's see if I can, this is kind of embarrassing. Classic screen sharing stuff. There we go, see prizes. So we have 18 bounties up in 4 different tracks, and those tracks are decentralization and privacy, finance. Well, here we go. Okay, so I need to click this all sponsors. Okay. Sorry about this, guys. It's a classic problem. Everything always works before you need it to actually work. There we go. All bounties, please.
Is this just the internet slowly loading?
To see.
We lost you there.
Oh, okay, that's what happened. All right, gotcha. What I was trying to do was show one of the prize bounties that we have for Bitcoin-backed stablecoins. So why don't you talk about that a little bit, the products that we already have on the platform, and what we'd like to see come out of this bounty.
Well, I think, Sovereign is probably, almost certainly actually, the most feature-rich DeFi platform anywhere. So it has all of the basic financial primitives. It's got stablecoins. So it's got Bitcoin-backed stablecoins. It's got the IOU centralized type stablecoins, which will soon through a different project, which is building in the Sovereign ecosystem, called BabelFish, aggregate the liquidity of all of those different stablecoins, and also mean that you can get this consolidated, aggregated token, which is censorship resistant. There's trading via an AMM. It's actually two types of AMM, depending on the asset. You can choose between a V1 or a V2 Oracle-based AMM. There's a decentralized Oracle based on the AMM. There's lending and borrowing, and then combining the AMM with the lending and borrowing, there's margin trade. So extremely feature-rich in terms of the users. And then beyond that, there's also the plutocracy governance system. And most recently, the Origins project launchpad, allowing projects, and BabelFish will be the first to use this, to launch their projects and launch their tokens. So it truly, I think it's like amazing what they contributors, the developers and the sorcerers who have been building on Sovereign have built in such a short space of time, the full breadth. And there's a whole bunch of more stuff coming. And I think part of that is the Sovrython.
Cool. So which things are you most interested in seeing from the bounty tracks that we have for people to be building on? What is well, there's different questions there. There's the stuff that you're most interested in, and then there's the stuff that we need the most. So why don't you maybe give a little bit on those two?
Well, personally, I'm extremely...
Anthony, I've got actually now finally the screen. There we go.
Well, yeah, maybe we should go one by one. Maybe you can lead us through it.
Okay, cool. So in the finance track, we have options trading, fiat gateways, Bitcoin-backed stablecoins, which we just discussed, DeFi strategies and bots. Why don't you talk about any one of those?
Yeah, so, I think I'm going to pull out on that one fiat gateways. I think it's... so right now, you can actually use fiat directly. And there are starting to be people who are buying their first Bitcoin on Sovereign, right? So they're skipping it's kind of like, how Africa managed to skip landlines and go directly to mobile phones? Some people who are coming into the space now are managing, because of Sovereign, to skip centralized exchanges entirely and go directly to self-sovereign custody and their own, self-sovereign control. So that's through a company called Transact. But we can do better. We can do things like integrating BISC or building out peer-to-peer trading, which would allow people to move into fiat in a decentralized way as well. And that's something which is extremely exciting. But beyond that, if we can make that a frictionless experience, then it means that onboarding onto Sovereign becomes so much easier. Onboarding into the entire space becomes so much easier. And so this, I think, is a huge thing. And one of the things we should always be focused on is reducing the barriers of entry, reducing the user frictions, reducing how difficult it is to get in.
And to get out.
And to get out.
Their gains,
That's right. That's
Unfortunately, right. People still want to realize their gains in fiat.
Well, I don't think it's unfortunate. People need to live, and the fact that you can collateralize your Bitcoin and borrow fiat effectively against your Bitcoin means that you never have to sell your Bitcoin, but you can still pay rent. So I think that's a big purpose of Sovereign. So yeah, so the easier it is to get in and out, the more people are going to be able to comfortably and easily manage their entire financial lives through Sovereign. And so anything which does that is great.
I think also, so let's talk a little bit about DeFi strategies and bots.
Yeah.
So bots play a large role in market making, in the Ethereum space. people often feel threatened by them. Why don't you give a little bit of information on our view on strategies and bots and what we'd like to see?
Yeah, I mean, there's just a huge amount. Right now, there's just so many opportunities to profit in the Sovrython ecosystem. And if there were easier ways of taking advantage of them, then more people would be able to profit. So what are those profitable opportunities? ARB, for example. So, you know, people like to say the price of Bitcoin or the price of Ethereum or whatever, right? Bitcoin doesn't have a price. It has many, many, many prices, right? Every single exchange is a slightly different price. Same with Ethereum. Even if you look in the Ethereum ecosystem, right, there's always like a difference between the price of any asset in Uniswap versus SushiSwap. and you can basically earn free money by arbitraging those prices. In other words, by selling where the price is high and at the same time buying where the price is low, right? And so that's like a delta neutral. You keep the same amount.
It's available at the sovereign node level. I've never been really clear about that because we talk about running sovereign nodes.
Yeah, so in the sovereign repo, you can actually find ARB bots. They're just a little bit difficult to use. And so one of the things that you could do is make it easier for more people to take advantage of these ARB bots. Another thing is the sovereign node, right? So just by running a sovereign node, you actually get a built-in bot. You also get a liquidation, the ability to liquidate positions. Liquidating positions can be an extremely profitable activity, and it helps keep the sovereign ecosystem safe and financially sound, right? So every time you liquidate a position, you get a 5% bonus or whatever it was that you liquidate. That's extremely profitable.
So I think that most people have focused on sovereign as a platform and sovereign as a SOV, as a token. And don't really have the understanding that sovereign's a protocol that's been set in motion and that we can't change without a vote in Bitocracy. So really encouraging those of you that are watching the stream that want to hack with us, check out the repo. And what we're looking for is to build on the smart contracts that we already have here. At a protocol level that can be implemented. Let's move on to integrations. So draw the curtains. Let's move on to integration. The integrations boundaries. We have on-chain identity, bridges, ENS, and other name registration integrations. And then Lightning Network and wallets. Why don't you jump on the wallet issue?
Yeah, so there's a lot of wallets out there. Some of them are open source, some of them are not. But again, coming back to how can we make it as easy as possible for people to participate in the sovereign ecosystem and use the sovereign protocol. And so the more wallets that are integrated with the system, every time we integrate a new wallet, that entire user base now can frictionlessly start to use Sovereign. And it also become more and more options for the people who want to start using the Sovereign protocol. And that's really important because you don't want to have, just one way of accessing the protocol, because that is not decentralized. That becomes a vector of attack. And so we make the entire ecosystem and the protocol more robust also by having multiple different ways in which you can approach, interact, and use the protocol.
So that's essentially at the base level integrating with RSK at this point, correct? Or is it separate from integrating with RSK for wallets?
Well, I mean, you'd need to be able to read the rootstock chain, and as Sovereign moves into the rollup, you need to be able to read from the rollup. So there may be an aspect where there is an integration with the rootstock chain, but I think it's more a question of being able to interact and integrate with wallets and APIs. or create a pull request. So, for example, like a open source wallet like Wasabi, if you write the pull request, which will make Wasabi interoperable.
Yeah. So we have Max Hillebrand from Wasabi, who's going to be one of the judges, and also I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the Gitcoin team for integrating. So last month, RSK did a hackathon on Gitcoin as well, which brought in RSK integration. And now as a result of that, we have for Sovrython, we have SOV as a native integration on Gitcoin, which means that anybody now can fund or pay for a bounty in SOV on Gitcoin. So that's really a spectacular thing. So this is a good place to also be talking about the rollout, right? Because Uniswap has just implemented Arbitrum. I think it was yesterday or the day before. We've been working on Arbitrum for the last 6 weeks. Why don't you let people know where we're at? And it's a good opportunity to let people know where we're at in that development.
Yeah, so Arbitrum is a rollup protocol, which we've been very excited about for a long time. And what it does is it helps take the computational load off of the chain, so the L1 chain, which allows for reducing the load on the L1 chain, keeps the nodes nice and tight and small, but at the same time allows you to scale the amount of users, the amount of throughput, the types of computational complexity that you're able to deal with. So
it's also going to have amazing results on fees as well.
That's right.
What's the average fee right now on RSK for a transaction that we're doing in cents?
So a standard transaction is about 10 to 15 cents. Generally speaking, it's about 70 times cheaper than Ethereum right now. But with the Arbitrum rollup, we may even be able to get to the point where most transactions feel like they are free. And basically the idea with the rollups, right, and where we'd like to get to with Sovereign is that Sovereign feels as smooth, as reliable, as frictionless, as fast, or even better than a centralized exchange, right? So ultimately, what we're really competing with is centralized finance, and that's what we need to be able to outperform. So
let's roll on, because I'm noticing that we've got about 12 minutes left, and I'd like to get through a couple more of the bounties. So one of the things that people have been asking from the beginning of the project is, when are you going to be on CoinGecko? When are you going to be on DeFi Pulse? When are you going to be on all of these sites that list? And most people don't understand that you have to provide an API to that. We've been very, very slow in moving forward with rolling out products. We're slowly building now a data science team. And so we have a number of bounties up for data science, together with our partner Api3 DAO, who's using Airnode. They put up 50,000 that we're matching for uses of Airnode for data science. We're also looking for oracles, advanced analytics and simulations, improved blockchain explorers. Why don't you take 2 out of there and give a pretty short thing about what it is that we're looking for, and then we'll do the last ones and close it up.
Yeah, so I mean, one of the things that is most empowering is when users can see exactly what they're doing and know exactly what's going on in the protocol. And so the more available, the more easy to read, the more accessible data is, the more we empower people. Basically, knowledge is power. And so what we want to do is work with people and have developers come and make it really, really easy to take the knowledge about what is happening with their position, what is happening with the protocol, and place it in the hands of users.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So we've also got privacy and decentralization as a track. There we've got shielded transactions, Sphinx chat integration, arbitrary messaging bridges, node deployments and infrastructure, and a decentralized order book. I think that the decentralized order book and the privacy and shielded transactions are the two things I'd like to hear you give a statement about.
Yeah, so let's start with the order book, right? Because of the constraints of layer one systems, and that doesn't matter if it's Ethereum or BSC or rootstock or whatever, you can't really have efficient order books, right? So if you go to a centralized exchange, you'll see, you can put in bids at different prices, and also you can put in different kinds of order types. So you can make a market order where you'll just buy whatever the price is right now, or you can put in a limit order, or you can put in a stop loss order. And these things can only be done if you have order books. As we move into the rollup, we will be able to start introducing rollups. And this is very powerful from a capital efficiency perspective, from a user control perspective, right? Users can decide exactly how they want to enter or exit the position. They can be away from the screen and have placed an order several hours ago that will sell their position when the price reaches, or protect them by having a stop loss. These are extremely powerful things, and while they cannot efficiently be run on layer one, on layer two they can be, and so we want to build that out. And privacy, shielded transactions. So right now, every transaction that you make is pseudonymous, right? So nobody knows who you are unless you in some way reveal who you are. But all of the transactions that anyone is taking are visible. And this isn't good in two ways. First of all, if your identity ever gets attached to the address from which you're transacting, then all of your transactional history becomes available to whoever is able to make that connection. Second, when you're trading, it's sometimes important not for everyone to be able to know exactly what positions you hold, right? I mean, the whole point you're trading is because you think you're ahead of the curve, right? So for both of these reasons, it's very important that the system have financial privacy built into it, or at least the option for financial privacy. And what shielded transactions do is they disconnect, they make it difficult or impossible for people to connect an address to transactional activity. The only person who's able to make that connection is the owner of the address themselves. And so it's extremely exciting and important for us to be introducing that kind of technology if we want to enhance the privacy of Sovrython. There's a lot of things that Sovrython already does that enhance users' privacy beyond what you would find on other platforms, but this would be another step forward.
Cool. So let's take the last 5 minutes and talk a little bit about the vision. So we're putting up 250K initially, plus our partners with another, so let's say 400K right now. At the end of the hackathon, we plan on doing quadratic funding round on Gitcoin with another 250K. And so with the quadratic funding, that means that we get signaling from the community about projects and teams that they want to support further, that have won prizes. And then we have a little bit longer vision than just the grants phase. We also have, we're looking forward to then projects that have shown some teeth and continue to develop and look like they're ready for a product to do a launch on Origins. Talk a little bit about the Origins platform, what we've done so far, what's coming up, because this is of interest not only to stakeholders, but to the overall community.
Right. So Origins platform is, every superhero has an origin story. Origins platform is, a place to start the next superhero story in terms of building out financial freedom. And it's a place where projects can be launched, can raise funding, and get, and most importantly, can build an initial community. So there's a very, there's already an existing sovereign community. This sovereign community wants to continue to advance financial sovereignty and are actively looking to support projects that are engaged in this mission. And so by launching with Sovrython, not only do you get a built-in community, but the Sovrython adoption contributors are looking to help with your marketing and adoption plans. And you also get the benefit of having the ability to launch your project in a decentralized way from day one, and even leverage the existing Bitocracy. So this is extremely exciting. And in addition to all that, and this is something I can sort of kind of hint to the people at who are watching. There's also a significant amount of funding from different investors in the space that is being committed to projects that are coming through the Sovrython and through Origins as follow-on funding. So there's a large and growing community of institutional investors, sovereign contributors, developers who are looking to help projects that are building out the ecosystem, and projects that come through the Sovrython and through Origins are going to be able to benefit from all of that.
Just to go back for people that aren't familiar with Sovrython, so Origins is the set of smart contracts that were originally written to launch Sovrython after the initial seed round. So Sovrython built a platform, launched their own token, funded it on an exchange. I've only been on the team since January, and I'm still kind of shocked by that. Do you wake up in the morning still sometimes and just like, oh, wow, we actually, did this all our own, and we're not even available on an exchange yet?
You know what's so cool about Sovrython? That Sovrython itself is sovereign. It has relied on no other third parties. It hasn't launched like a token on Ethereum until it launches. It hasn't created like a company to launch the project. It hasn't tried to get onto centralized exchanges in order to launch its token. Sovrython has been, as a protocol and as a community, sovereign from day one, and I don't know that there are many other projects that are like that.
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Right. So we are bridging to other chains though in the coming weeks. So we're bridging over to Ethereum outwards. We've brought liquidity in. We have the Binance bridge in testnet. What other chains do you see would be useful for Sovrython to be bridging to, and is part of our bounty program for Sovrython?
I think wherever there is value and users who would be looking, wherever there are assets and a strong desire from users to use them, I think we're going to want to see bridges. And I think that includes things like Polygon right now. I think it's going to include the Arbitrum rollup on Ethereum, maybe things like Solana. But ultimately, I think you want to be able to be interoperable with everything.
Cool. So that's like a pretty good close, right? At 1 minute, man. When are we going to see you back, like from your travels? When?
Well, I will be out of Miami, I think, in 2 days. But there is no back. Sovrython is everywhere. I'm always back.
See you in Discord. Thanks for helping us launch the hackathon. Edan.
Thanks for helping putting everything together. This has been awesome.
Right. Okay, Anthony, you can go ahead and throw up the slide for the next talk.
All right, dude. Awesome job. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. So next up, we've got Manu Ferrari of Money on Chain, one of the projects that is integrated with Sovrython. We also have a yield farming reward program going on right now, together with Money on Chain. If you go to live.sovrython.app/yield, you can see our yield offer, so our alpha offer for providing liquidity into the pool. And see you guys again in about 9 minutes then. Hey ho.
Hello.
How's it going, Manu?
Very well.
Cool. We get to meet face to face for the first time. We see each other a lot in Discord and online, a bit on Twitter. But now we get to do the 4i thing. I see you, man.
Yeah. I actually I would love to go to Parallelipolis last year, not last year, in 2019. I was trying to go, but at the end it didn't happen. But anyway, we met through online this time.
Well, in October of this year, there's going to be another HCPP. The theme this year is chaos. Sovereign will also be involved with that. That's cool. So maybe you can make it up to Prague in October. I don't know.
It would be marvelous. I didn't know. I will try to make it.
Awesome. Yeah, it's up on the website. Pre-sales haven't started yet, but the theme is up at parallelnepolis.cz. There's links to HCPP this year for people. Where are you calling in from right now, Manu? Are you in
I'm in Argentina, in Buenos Aires, in the suburbs of the city, like 60 kilometers from there. So yes, in the south of Latin America.
Yeah. So I mean, you guys like did this stuff before MakerDAO, right? I mean, the idea was weeks or months before MakerDAO launched, actually, right?
Well, the idea belongs mainly to one of the other co-founders, Max Cajusa. Actually, he thought about building a stablecoin before Tether, but then Tether been launched, and he thought that it didn't make sense to have a centralized stablecoin. So he started thinking about building a decentralized stablecoin on top of Bitcoin, and then he knew about RSK, and well, we are Argentines, so obviously we knew about RSK and Dieguito, and we started talking about this idea in 2017, and started full time in the last days of 2017. Sorry, and we presented this to the community. Yes, in the early 2018 we started working on this idea. Before we knew about MakerDAO like in March 2018. It was already our idea was being built.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, so here it is, an idea that happened earlier on Bitcoin, and then happened on Ethereum, took the world by storm, and you guys were actually ahead of the curve. So if everybody wants to take a look at that, okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you get into it. Take about 30 minutes.
Okay.
And let everybody know about Money on Chain and how it's integrated with the Sovereign platform already, and then we'll come back after that and talk a little bit about it.
Great.
Cool.
So I have a presentation. I will share maybe to make it more. I don't know if it's possible to share it. Yes, perfect. So what is Money on Chain? We are building the central finance protocol for Bitcoin, and our main objective is here written is bringing Bitcoin to the mainstream. We, as I mentioned, most of the founders are Argentines. We've been living in my infancy with hyperinflation. We live with a 50 to 100% inflation right now in Argentina, and our friends in Venezuela and other countries are suffering, fiat problem. and we really understand that Bitcoin fixed that problem. So, but we understand also that Bitcoin volatility make it harder for newbies, for early users to use Bitcoin. So we think really that stablecoin will make sense for a lot of people, and we wanted to build a stablecoin on top of Bitcoin. So really what we think is that Bitcoin is going to be the basis of the financial system. I'm really happy about the news of El Salvador yesterday. We think that's the future. The future is that in any country, everybody is going to be able to use Bitcoin in their daily lives. But for that to be able, we need to build financial application on top of this base layer. So that's the main idea of what we are building. And the problem that we, as I mentioned, we thought we needed to solve is the volatility for everyday user. You know that if you are a merchant and you trade with Bitcoin and you are going to sell your car, and then you need to buy another car to replace the car you sold, Bitcoin volatility make it very, very hard to work with Bitcoin, because it is really, really difficult. I think I don't need to explain all the problem with cryptocurrency volatility. And of course, there is many other solutions for that. For example, as I mentioned very early, Tether. And Tether makes a lot of sense for a lot of people in the cryptocurrency space, and USDC and others like MakerDAO, DAI, etc. But we really thought when we started that, being Bitcoiners, that we needed a really decentralized solution, and especially censorship-resistant solution. Most of us had problems with money saved in banks, and from one day to another, we lost all our money. So we really don't trust, in my case, anything. I don't trust anything. So a centralized solution, a token that represents at the end a bank deposit, for me, doesn't make sense as a solution for anybody. So what is Money on Chain? What we have built, and this is all built already. This is all working. There is some pieces that are going to be finished to implement in the following weeks, but I would say that 98% of what I'm going to explain is all implemented already. Money on Chain has 4 main components. One is what we call a stablecoin protocol, and that protocol allows to mint and redeem a stablecoin, which is called DOC. That is the first stablecoin that uses only Bitcoin as collateral. Then we have oracles, this is by Sovrython, for example, and other protocols already on RSK. Obviously, we use these oracles because we need it. When we started to build all this, there were no oracles on RSK and to be used by decentralized applications. So we look for all oracles, and we thought that it would make sense to build our own for different reasons. And of course, also when we started, there were no Sovrython, no any other exchange. And for certain special situations on which the stablecoin protocol needs a secondary market, we needed to have a secondary market, a decentralized exchange. So we built that mainly for that reason. If Sovrython was already working, or RSK or RSK Swap or any other DEX, most probably we wouldn't have built DEX. But when we started, it didn't exist, and we thought it was necessary to have a decentralized exchange as part of the solution. And the last component is the MOC token, which is not only the token. The main reason for the token existence is that we needed for all these system, all this protocol to be a Bitcoiner protocol, to be decentralized, we needed a token to govern this protocol and not to depend on some few people to make decisions. So the idea of the MOC is to provide governance. So very, very briefly, the OMOX, there is some information. If you go to RSK developers, you will find more technical, detailed information about the oracles of money on chain. It is a hybrid protocol, parties on chain, parties off chain. It allows, one of the most important things, it allows to record the price of initially Bitcoin price, but we are also recording other prices, like for example, RIF and Ethereum price. And it allows to record the price of these assets up to each block in RSK blockchain. So it's a very fast protocol, and it's been used since we launched, so it works, and we really think it works very well. I'm not going to go deeply on this. If anybody is interested, we can make another call for that and another session for that. Regarding the stablecoin protocol, it has 3 components. The first one, as I mentioned, is the dollar on chain. It is listed in Sovrython. It's a stablecoin backed by Bitcoin. The peg, maybe one of the most important differences about this stablecoin and other stablecoins is that the peg is guaranteed by the smart contract. You are able to send Bitcoins $100,000 and mint $100,000 of dollar on chain, and vice versa. And the peg, the price is guaranteed by the smart contract. And in other tokens and in other stablecoins, the mechanism work with a secondary market to define the price. Actually, that was another protocol was asking us, okay, what's the price of DOC? From which oracle you make it? And we don't have an oracle to inform the price of DOC, because the price of DOC is always $1. What we get is the price of Bitcoin. And then regarding the BitPro is represents the collateral in the protocol. To be able to mint any dollar on chain, before minting any dollar on chain, some Bitcoiner had to lock to mint BitPro. You lock your Bitcoins, and the protocol issue BitPro. And the BitPro is you lock it in a smart contract, obviously. And the BitPro is a token that you can hold, and it's been thought for long-term Bitcoiners. It has free leverage, it has coded income, and it has some other feature like liquidity mining that I'm going to explain in a couple of minutes. And then there is another token. Actually, it's not a token, it's a position. What we explain as a token because it's easier. But the BTCX is a 2x position on the price of long position on the price of Bitcoin. So as I mentioned, the main difference between dollar on chain and other stablecoins is about the price. The price is pegged. And of course, from my point of view as a Bitcoiner, the most important different thing about dollar on chain and other stablecoin is that it's backed by Bitcoin and it's censorship resistant. There is no bank account behind the dollar on chain. It's only Bitcoin. And that's is a solution contained inside a Bitcoin sidechain. Okay, so regarding the BitPro, actually, when people ask us how we built the BPRO. The BPRO is a token that we built it mainly for us as a Bitcoiners. It's the dream token for a Bitcoiner who wants to earn some more money on Bitcoin just for holding Bitcoin, but using decentralized finance. So if you are holding BPRO, what you get is free leverage, is small leverage. Right, for example, yesterday was 1.13. So there is a lot of incentives on that leverage not to go high and not to go too low. We are working even to make it as fixed as possible and near to 1.1. But if you hold BPRO, you don't have to pay for that leverage, and that's marvelous. You know, if as a Bitcoiner, I like to have free leverage on an asset that I'm bullish on. Then you get some passive income. That passive income is got mainly from traders. I'm going to talk about that, and then it earns a percentage of the fees of the protocol, and on top of that, it gets 10% of the MOC tokens, this governance token that I'm going to explain also in a couple of minutes. It's a token, it's not a position, it's nothing about, you can secure it in your hardware wallet, you can hold your private keys, and you can change it in text, in Sovrython, whatever you want. You can use it to pay other things if you want. So that's also, and you can make a loan, and you can take a loan using these tokens. So, for example, in Sovrython also. So from that point of view, also is marvelous. So how it works, as I explained, it has a leverage. This is from a couple of weeks ago, when the BPRO had only 1% of leverage. But as you see, this is the historic leverage. Also, this is in March, as I mentioned yesterday. The leverage was more or less 1.13. So this leverage right now is variable. It depends on the demand of the other actors. If more DOC is minted, the leverage of the BPRO increases. If the BTCX is minted, the leverage of the BPRO decreases. So it is variable. We have certain incentives inside the protocol to make it near to 1.1, but it's not fixed. And what we are working on is to make it as near to 1.1 as possible. Regarding the passive income, as I mentioned before, the people who is doing the Bitcoiners that are doing leverage operation on the platform has to pay an interest fee for that, and that interest goes to the BPRO holders. Actually, it doesn't go to the BPRO holders. It goes to like a bag. We call it a bag of RBTC, and all this bag represents the BPRO. So what at the end happens is that the price of the BPRO increases for this interest that is being paid by the BTCX traders. So, for example, this was a couple of also, it was in March, it was paying like 7%. Yesterday it was paying 1.1%. So it's also variable, and this is an APR. So this is another way how the BPRO increases its price. This only can increases the price. I have not mentioned the other thing, but I don't have any picture how to show you. But 20% of the fees that are paid by any user minting dollar on chain or BTCX or whatever token in the platform, 20% of the fees goes to increase the price of the BPRO. So if you add all these leverage plus the fees that user pays plus the interest that the BTCX pays for using the leverage, in the end, what we expect is that the price of the BPRO will go higher than Bitcoin in the long run. especially mainly for this free leverage, but on top of that, you have all these other incentives. Or actually, not incentives, are financial mechanism for the BPRO to increase its price. So this is also not updated. This is in March 3 this year. So at that time, the Bitcoin was 50,000. BPRO already was 64,000. Actually, BPRO reached 80,000 at one moment when Bitcoin was 60 something. Actually, this is the performance in percentage. This is BPRO. The percentage of the BPRO regarding the BTC price. So it earned like 20% last year. This is also on March 3. If you go, this has a link. If you go to our webpage, Money on Chain, and you go to the landing of the BPRO, you have here solutions, and in solutions, you can choose. Wait, my internet is Argentine, so it's slow. If you go to BPRO, BPRO landing page, you will see these stats at the end of this page updated for every day. Actually, this updates twice a day. So right now, the price of BPRO is like $44,000. When the price of this was from yesterday, actually, BTC was 36. The percentage rate, as you see, even if the price of Bitcoin crashed, the BPRO only lost 3%, 3 points since the last top. Okay, so people actually, for example, yesterday in our community, someone was asking, okay, but I hold BitPro and now I have less Bitcoins because maybe he bought here. And yes, it could happen. And this is a long-term, this is a token thought for long-term holders, Bitcoiners. In our simulations, if you hold this token for a long term, it, as you see, especially in a bull run, it can earn a lot on top of Bitcoins. Of course, we cannot, this is past performance. We don't know what is going to happen in the future. Our simulation shows that it is an interesting token in that sense. This performance does not include the MOC token, the MOC token mock liquidity mining rewards. That if you go to our app, I can show it later. Actually, this is also not quite updated, this screen, but you will see the mock rewards and the total mocks that you are being earning this for each day. So this MOC token reward program, this mock liquidity mining, is not included in that percentage rate that been winning on top of Bitcoin, the BPRO. Regarding the BTCX, very shortly, it's a 2x long position. It is an important piece inside of the protocol, but it's that you need to be aware that this is a leverage position, so be careful. You could be liquidated if the price of Bitcoin goes down in 50% during what we call a settlement date, which is a settlement period, which now is fixed to 30 days. If you don't understand about leverage Bitcoin operations, please don't use this token. It's a risky token. So regarding MOC token, it's a governance token. It's the main reason why we built it is that we needed a token to decentralize the vote and veto on the platform updates and parameters. And it has several features features, utility features for people to be interested to hold it. So 80% of the fees of the stablecoin protocol goes to MOC token holders staking the tokens. So if you hold MOC token and you stake it, you are earning 80% of the fees and 100% of the fees of the TEX, of the centralized exchange. And also, if you stake these tokens, it has like its own liquidity mining program. We call it mock rewards. It's very important. I'm going to explain a little bit more about that. And on top of that, this is one of the things that is not yet implemented. It's going to be implemented in the following weeks. You can pay with the MOC. You are going to be able to pay the fees of the protocol with a discount. How it being shared? 20% went to founders and a big team of advisors that helped to build this since many years ago. 20% go to early contributors, people who have financed developers and the developing of this protocol. 5% is in a sole purpose trust that is only can spend this token to develop the protocol, and 15% is in a treasury that is actually controlled by the rest of the MOC token holders. Its stake that 15%. The fees from that stake goes to the treasury of the foundation. It's a trust, a sole purpose trust that only spends to develop this protocol. And 2.5% started to be churned on BPRO holders since December last year, and 37.5% is what we call the reward program. Is the biggest chunk, the biggest piece of the cake goes to users who are interested as incentives for using the protocol. So from that, 25% are going to 3% are mint each month. Is 3% of the remaining of this 37%. And this is shared, 25% goes to BPRO holders and 75% goes to MOC token holders in different mechanisms. So this is very, very shortly what is Money on Chain right now working, including the MOC token. I'm going to explain very briefly what is the SIP 17, which is, I think is going to be really interesting for sovereign community. It's been proposing this sovereign improvement proposal being presented by a Bitcoiner, an Argentine Bitcoiner, a friend of us, but also a very early user of sovereign. So I love this SIP because we know each other with Yago and Teras, and this is like a global community of Bitcoiners. And then we have some user, a Bitcoiner, who've been using our platform and using also sovereign platform. And he proposed, well, why don't you work together and make some things? And he made this proposal. So this proposal has three things. One is listing the MOC on sovereign. So this token that I've been explaining, the MOC, is listed in sovereign. Actually, this is a picture from last night. So you can buy and sell MOC using sovereign. That was the first thing that was going to happen. The second thing is there is a mock rewards program already working, especially for sovereign community, financed by this sole purpose trust. And it works like this. It's already started on June 1. It's going to last for 30 days, and Bitcoiners providing liquidity to the DOC, to BTC pool, are going to receive in total $37.5 thousand worth in MOC. And it is, you can add liquidity on Smart Bitcoin or DOC. A lot of this information is in Sovrython Discord, but I think it was important just to briefly explain. And regarding this is working, so I'm really happy about this. This is, as you see, the pool of DOC to BTC is increasing each day. So this proposal shows that we can work together and make ideas, and hopefully some ideas from Sovrython make some proposal and some things for many projects in the ecosystem to work jointly. The third proposal is there is going to be an incentive from Sovrython community to reward DOC lenders. Actually, this is not in place yet. It's going to be implemented in the following weeks, up to our knowledge. But already you can provide liquidity to. You can lend dollar on chain. Actually, you can also lend BPRO in the protocol, and you are being paid or you have to pay. But the idea is you can only use Bitcoin on Sovrython, and it works. So there's many options. Regarding the text, it's not, as I mentioned, our main objective to build this decentralized exchange. It is there, it works. And the main difference with other exchanges like Sovrython Exchange is this is not an AMM. This is based on an order book, and you can go and put limit orders or market maker orders. So again, I'm not going to explain deeply on this. If you are interested, there's some videos in internet, and we can make another call especially for that. So some people ask normally, okay, in which wallet can I use this protocol? You can use it with MetaMask, with Nifty Wallet, with Pexo, with Math in China, with Equality. I have not included here yet Decent from Korea, Defiant, which is originally from Argentina, but it's all over Latin America, and you can use it also in other countries. There is a direct integration with Defiant Wallet. In Defiant Wallet, when you use it, you can mint and redeem, and it's like using the protocol, but directly from the mobile wallet. And of course, in Sovrython, as I mentioned, there is in HODL, you can buy Bitcoin and sell Bitcoin to DOC, and also in Packpool. So this is growing, and any idea to add more pieces and how to integrate this stablecoin or the BPRO in other protocols, we are highly interested. Actually, there is a program especially designed for that, on which any developer that develops a protocol on top of Money on Chain protocol will have what we call a revenue sharing. We have not this ready to communicate and to explain, but this is coming also in the following weeks. So if you are thinking to build something on top of Money on Chain, you can be part of a revenue sharing program that's going to be implemented in the following weeks. So I have a demo if it's necessary. I don't know, exiledsurfer, if you want to see a demo or if there is some questions.
Demo, yeah. That'd be great.
I don't know in time. We are nearly 10:30. Okay.
Yeah, we have plenty of time.
Okay, perfect. So I've been trying to go very fast, so I don't know if any question arises. So regarding the demo, explaining how it works, this is the new homepage. This is different to what I have shown earlier. In this case, I'm connected to MetaMask. You can use MetaMask or Nifty Wallet also, or Liquidity Wallet. Anyone, if you use MetaMask, please be aware you need to configure the fees to set it in 0.06. If not, the Bitcoin miners are going to be very happy, but you are going to pay like using Ethereum. Doesn't make sense. Please remember to go to configure this. To use the protocol, in the homepage, you see, for example, I have $200. I have a little bit like the equivalent of $100 in Bipro, and I don't have any long operation here. And since I mint this last night, I've been earning some MOC tokens, and I can claim 3 MOCs. Okay, this is the reward program that I've been explaining earlier. If you want to mint, actually, here, if you go what is called exchange, actually, this is not technically an exchange, or you can think it like an exchange to a big pool in a protocol. What you are going to do here actually is to mint tokens. So, for example, if I want to mint dollar on chain, I can select the total, or I can only want to mint 20 docs. If I want to mint 20 docs, I just confirm. It tells me that there's going to be a fee of 0.1. This is what is going to be shared on MOC token holders and Bipro holders. I confirm. Then it opens my MetaMask wallet. Here, if you are using MetaMask, is where you need to see that the price is 0.06. If not, please remember to go to configure this. And if you confirm, this is an on-chain operation on the RSK blockchain. This is pending. In 20 to 40 seconds. I will have more DOC. As you see here in my wallet, I have right now 218 DOCs, and I have minted, I just forgot, I think 20. So, well, already it's been mint, I see. No, it's not. It's pending. So in a couple of seconds, going to be mint. So this is for minting. Actually, these are tokens that does not exist. You are minting, and if you want to mint Bipro, it's exactly the same operation. It's very easy. Always remember not to mint all your RBTC. You need to keep some RBTCs for paying the gas, for moving the tokens, for redeeming tokens, for minting new tokens. So normally I keep at least $20. Right now, minting DOC or minting Bipro or doing BTCX operation costs like operating these smart contracts costs like $1, $1.20. Obviously, moving this token is much cheaper. It costs like 6 cents or 7 cents. So this is already confirming. So now I have, if I go to my homepage, I'm very impatient. So in a couple of more seconds, this is going to be updated. Okay, let's see. One of the things that we are working on is to improving the user experience. So all this is going to be much faster also in the following weeks. This is part of the things that right now we are working on. One second. And my internet is not very fast today also. The other thing that I'm going to show right now in a second is the metrics. So now I have my other $20. The same process is for minting BPRO, and the same process is for minting BTCX. It's very, very, very easy to use. Regarding the metrics, this is more advanced for more advanced users who want to understand what is happening behind the smart contracts. And this is also going to be updated with many, many more metrics. So, for example, a lot of people ask us, okay, but what is the risk of holding BPRO? And could the DOC be liquidated, or any of these kind of questions? So we have as much information as we can on this screen for anybody to be able to see the health of the protocol. Right now, the protocol for each DOC that is minted, you have the equivalent of $7.47 in BPRO as collateral, when the coverage, the target is 4. So you have plenty of liquidity, plenty of collateral for each DOC. And here you can see the current BPRO leverage, which is 1.14. This is the total DOC that been minted. Right now is more than 2 million and are available 2.5 million to be minted by anybody who wants to hold a stablecoin backed by Bitcoin. This is the total amount of BPRO that been minted. This is the current total of BTCX operation right now. So there is a lot of information here, and more information that's going to come in the following weeks. So this is a very brief demo of how this works. Is very easy. You just have to hold some smart Bitcoin in your wallet. You connect your wallet, and you can mint and redeem tokens. If you are going to use hardware wallets and other things, could be some more things that you have to do, but this is very briefly what it is.
Amazing. So I have a couple of questions. So the first one that sort of like shocked me was that BPRO is worth more than Bitcoin at numerous points, with even a 20% premium or something on that. What were those numbers when Bitcoin was at?
Right now, as I mentioned, we can see it. Online. The BPRO right now is 23.35% on top of Bitcoin. When we launched the protocol, the price of BPRO was exactly the same as Bitcoin. And since then, the only way for the BPRO to increase is, as I mentioned, these factors that are working. This is when we say the price of BPRO is this, it doesn't depend on a secondary market. This is guaranteed by the smart contract. If you send right now, actually, I can go again to the protocol. If you go to the exchange and you send one BPRO, the protocol will give you back more RBTC. Okay. And again, why it had happened? Because the protocol user been paying fees, the BTCX traders are been paying interest rates to the BPRO holders, and because it has this free leverage that is being provided by the DOC token holders, that makes that when the price of Bitcoin goes up, the BPRO will go higher. Okay. So, for example, again, as I mentioned, if I go here and I go to BPRO and I put one BPRO, the protocol will give me back 1.23 Bitcoins. Okay. and this is not set by a market. This is set by the protocol. Okay.
So but the next question is what sort of gains have you realized in using this?
Well, the gains for using it is depends on each actor. If you are an Argentine, if you are a Venezuelan, if you are a person in Lebanon or whatever, and
or America or Europe very soon.
Well, I don't know, but wherever you are, and for example, in my country, you are not allowed to buy more than an X amount of dollars in a bank account. So if you want to have some store of value in a stable coin, censorship resistant, and you don't want to use a bank account and you want to hold it in Bitcoin, well, you can use the dollar on chain. So for that kind of person, is a perfect use case. Okay, just holding money in US dollars, but instead of using US dollars, you are using Bitcoin. Okay, and again, censorship resistant, and you can hold it in your Trezor. So that's a use case for and once you have it, you can go and lend it in Sovrython, or you can take a loan in Sovrython. So this being taught for Bitcoiners that are willing to use a stable coin, or people who don't know that are Bitcoiners. Actually, we are providing this solution for early users of Bitcoins.
So I'm curious, why do you think that Ethereans are so much more willing to use stable coins than Bitcoiners? Is it so essentially fallout from Tether, suspicion of Tether, suspicion of Ethereum? What are you, as a Bitcoiner and as somebody intimately involved with the project, what sort of arguments against it do you hear from people?
Sorry, I'm going to disable the presentation. I don't know which button I need to here. Stop.
No, it's okay.
So again, the
what are the barriers to adoption, so to speak?
Yeah. Yes. Well, I think many Bitcoiners use Tethers. A lot of Bitcoiners use Tether. Most of us try to hold as much as possible Bitcoin, I think. But for daily life, a lot of Bitcoiners, I imagine, in Europe hold euro in a bank account, or hold, actually, one of the things that we are planning to implement is the euro on chain, hopefully this year. And so Bitcoiners use fiat a lot of. I know very few Bitcoiners, maybe like me, another, that try to hold everything in Bitcoin. But they use fiat. They use also they use other stablecoins, and the idea is to provide a stablecoin that is Bitcoin at the end. When you are holding dollar on chain, what I'm always say is you are holding Bitcoin. There is no way to mint dollar on chain without Bitcoin. Can't happen. You are not using a bank account. You are only using Bitcoin hash rate to secure this through RSK. So it's a stablecoin made for us.
So I've thought for many. So one of the narratives that I hate the most in Bitcoin is banking the unbanked, because I feel like the mission is actually the opposite, to unbank the banked.
Well, I'm as an Argentine, I can tell you that I'm not holding any money in banks for many years. So I don't want to be bank. I've been
I've been out since 2013, basically. So
it's a thing that you need to use, because if you want to pay Netflix, it's very difficult to pay Netflix for your kids using Bitcoin. Hopefully, you will be able to do that actually using.
Well, you can do that over gift cards and Panvala. I mean, there are. There are ways to do it.
But for example, in Argentina, to get gift cards is very difficult because it's censorship. Is actually I as an Argentine cannot use PayPal, luckily. But
well, I as an American can't use PayPal. I mean, you know, PayPal. I always try and figure out who actually uses it, but it's a pretty unusable service.
Yes, I don't buy this. Actually, what we are building is for people maybe not to bank, but to make Bitcoiners the unbank. You don't need a bank. You can use Bitcoin.
That's what I'm saying. It's unbank the banked, right? So, you know, that's the first part of the thing that I've thought for many years. The second thing is that what I find really fascinating is that these stablecoin projects are coming out of what we so arrogantly, with great pride, call the global South. That's, you know, basically been financially and politically repressed by America, my country of birth, for generations. And so I've always thought that the innovation is and the acceptance, usage, growth is coming out of what we call developing or underdeveloped countries, because they're not burdened by legacy institutions and legacy infrastructure. And so here it is that we have failing currencies in South America, multiple failing currencies. What sort of time frame do you see for Europeans, Americans, Chinese, other world currencies in facing this type of inflation? I mean, key use case for sound money that was baked in from square one when the white paper came out in anticipation. So what sort of time frame do you see?
I was listening yesterday to Robert Pritlove, and he was explaining, you know, $6 trillion being printed last year. So it's, I don't know, and it's an addiction, the printing of money. So hopefully for Americans, hopefully for European, anybody of you live what we have lived and what we are living right now. Because it's not something that I wish to anybody, because inflation is poverty for everybody. So but you know, I think it's inevitable that it's going to happen if the governments continue doing what they are doing.
I had an interesting experience a couple months ago. I sold an NFT of the first tweet about Ethereum for $21,000 to a trader in Dubai. And I wouldn't have even come out on the idea if a guy from Argentina, a professor who teaches about blockchain technology, had reached out to me and asked to buy the tweet. And I asked him how much he wanted to give me for it. And he was like, oh, I can give you like, you know, $20. And I was like, oh, no, I'll tell you what, I'll sell it. And if, you know, I get any money for it more than that, I'll give you 10% of it. And so I gave him $2,000 as soon as the tweet sold. And he was like, you know, you just financed my life for a year as a university professor here. Thank you so much. And so, you know, we hear about it here in the West or here in the North, but I don't think it really has sunk in, and I don't think it's really baked into our genes. You know, when the Deutschmark collapsed, it's so short ago, right? It's just Second World War, so we're talking about 80 years ago, and we learned about it in history class and everything, and people just don't think it can happen again. It feels like, to me.
I think the problem with inflation is like the history of the frogs and in boiling water. When it starts to heat, and you are at the end you are boiled inside the water. it starts slowly most times. I have lived hyperinflation, and I'm living in I think right now in Argentina it's like 100% inflation. So yes, it's not
So
something.
let me ask you a cultural question, right? So what do you see as the change in people's mentality or spirit or vibe living under hyperinflation? Not just your own person, but how's your whole culture?
Well, in
Are you
Argentina, I
angry?
can
Are
tell
you
you that most
resigned?
people try to spend all the money that they get very easy, very fast. Sorry, and if you save, you look for anything. Most Argentines save in dollars. I know that for a Bitcoiner, especially in the West, in developed countries, you think, well, how stupid, but and when I think about dollar and chain, I have mixed emotions, but I think most people is used to dollars and they think of dollar and euro as a hard currency, especially in Latin America, especially in Nigeria, especially in all these high inflation countries, and it's much better than using this other fiat that is being.
But that's essentially why we're printing so many dollars, is because it's the world reserve currency. And if we don't print it to all of the countries that are in debt to America, they can't pay their debt back. It's just a vicious circle.
Yes, I don't know. Maybe hopefully I see a light in them. I think that maybe the Bitcoin make. I was listening 2 days ago to Cynthia Lumins and maybe some representatives, some people in US think about going back to a Bitcoin standard where governments print money but backed by Bitcoin, for example. That would be great, and this could happen. I don't think it's going to. I really don't think it's going to happen in the next few years, but it could happen in next few decades. Actually, I think
it's more likely to happen inside of 10 years than it is after 10 years, to be honest. If it doesn't happen inside of 10 years, the likelihood decreases, in my opinion. But Manu,
yes, yeah.
Manu, we're at the top of the hour. In 3 minutes, got to invite Smuggler on. Thank you so much for coming on and familiarizing people with money on chain and dollar on chain. And good luck as part of the sovereign ecosystem. Thank you so much for bringing another permissionless, borderless, unstoppable tool into the ecosystem, man. We'll see you online.
Thank you a lot. We are really happy to be part of sovereign community and ecosystem. As I mentioned, I know Yao, and now I know you, and I know a lot of people who've been working for sovereign, for building sovereign, and I highly share the ethos of the Bitcoiners ethos behind sovereign. So I'm really happy to be here and to be part.
Cool, man. See you online.
Thank you.
All right. And Tony, why don't you throw up the next slide there? Hey. So that was Manu from Money on Chain. And so it's kind of like stable coins and inflation, everything is kind of like the past. And Smuggy's always looking into the future here. It's always great to talk to you. How you doing, man?
Doing very well. How are you?
Yeah, so I'm enjoying life. It's nice being in the middle of things that are happening and moving things forward. So yeah, I'm doing pretty good. So you first introduced your digital bearer assets to me, I guess about 2 years ago. We met in Bratislava, had a great conversation. You also had a presentation in Paralelnopolis in Prague. And I guess things have moved forward in your thinking and your research. And today you're gonna share with us where you're going and where you see the future.
I shall.
Cool. Take it away, Smuggler.
Okay, so today I want to speak about something that is new to most people, that is called fast, untraceable, cheap, federated Chaumian mints. And that requires some explanation, so let me start with that. So there are essentially three big technologies that implement digital value transfers, or payments, if you want to say so. So the thing that most people are accustomed to are account-based systems. So you have a distributed but usually centralized database where you have records for how much money somebody owns, or to be more specific, how much money is owed to somebody. And that is how your standard bank usually records the money you have on your account and implements transactions. And there's a variation to that, which is quite interesting, which is the open transactions co-signed account state, which prevents the bank to make modifications to your account without your consent, and makes your bank account and transaction history provable with cryptography. And then we have what is all the rage these days, that are distributed ledgers based on some kind of blockchain technology. So you have a more or less endless transaction graph or account state graph that in some way is distributed and decentralized usually. And you gain consensus with a consensus algorithm that is usually proof of work or proof of stake or something similar. And those are the two things that probably everybody of you knows. But then there's a third thing, and that is Chaumian digital cash, or digital bearer certificates. And this technology is actually quite old. It has been invented by Chaum and others in '83 of the last millennium. Has been refined in '88, and there was actually a company based on it, which was called DigiCash, and that operated till '99. So, what is digital Chaumian cash, or Chaumian digital cash? It is a certificate that is issued by an issuer, mint, or a bank. It's a digital certificate, which means that it consists of two parts. It is a statement, like this is this much money, or I owe this person this much money, and a signature of the issuer. So it's very simple. So you have a digital signature over a statement, and the signature itself authenticates the statement. So if I say I'm Bank A, I owe Bank B this much money, then I sign the statement, and that becomes a certificate. Now, the problem with that is that digital values can be copied as much as you want. So you have to solve the double spend issue. And that is very easy to solve, because the only thing you have to do is to record all certificates whose statements have been executed already. So you're having a record, a database that says these are all the statements that are not valid anymore. It's the so-called spend book. And then if you apply some interesting cryptography, you can make those certificates untraceable. So untraceable means that the bank cannot say whom they issued a certificate to, or which certificate was used by what person. And that is reached by so-called blind digital signatures. Blind digital signatures are different from normal digital signatures. So in a normal digital signature, you have a signer that creates a key pair, a public key and a private key, and publishes the public key. And then there's a signed transaction in which the signer takes a message, applies his or her private key, and generates a signature. And then everybody who knows the public key, the signature, and the message can verify those three belong together and that the signer actually created this signature. And since it's an asymmetric operation and the private key has not been published, it basically states that the signer actually created this signature. In a blind signature, this is a little bit different, because in a blind signature, you have a client that creates a special message that blinds the actual contents of the real message. So there's a secret value that a client uses to combine with the message and create a blind message that doesn't divulge any information about what is actually in the real message. Then it sends this blinded message to the signer. The signer applies the private key and creates a blind signature. And then the client can use the blinding parameter from step 1, unblind the signature, and then everybody can again verify that the signature, the message, and the public key belong together. Now, the interesting thing is that if you have true blind signatures, there are two aspects that are fulfilled. Number one is that the signer does not actually know what he's signing. And the second thing is that the signer or anybody else except for the client is able to link to a blind signature to an unblind signature, or a blind message to an unblind message. So the link between the message that is verified with an open signature and the signing operation itself, these two operations are unlinkable or untraceable. Now, that has an interesting implication if you apply that to the Chaumian cash system of signed certificates. Number one, what you get is a value transfer system that is extremely cheap. So just look at what operations the bank has to do here. It has to verify a signature on a certificate. It has to verify that the certificate has not been used previously. That is the double spend protection step. It has to store the certificate as being spent now, and then sign the new certificate. So these are two relatively cheap database operations, one signature verification and one signature creation. That is something that you can parallelize very efficiently. And that means that in milliseconds, you can create hundreds of signatures or operations like this. And if you're using blind signatures in this also means that the connection from certificate to certificate, certificate to user, etc., is completely untraceable. And by implication, that makes it anonymous. There's an argument why that is the case, but I'm not going into that. It's self-explanatory. So the interesting thing with blind signature is that the anonymity set is as big as all signatures made during the lifetime of the signing key. So if you have a bank that does a few thousand transactions per hour and reissues its signing key, let's say once a month, you have millions of certificates in which you hide yourself. There's a downside to Chaumian blind signatures or Chaumian cash. And that is the reason why we got involved in research. And that is that Chaumian Cash has a single issuer. So there's a single bank that signs those certificates. And that means that that issuer can invent certificates out of thin air and can inflate the currency. It also means that if the issuer disappears, the certificates become worthless. And that can happen for any number of reasons. The bank goes bankrupt, or the government comes and shuts it down, or asteroids strike, or whatever. So Chaumian Cash suffers from issuer risk and governance risk. And the solution to that is to decentralize Chaumian Cash. So that means that instead of relying on a single issuer that makes all the decisions, you are splitting the operation over a group of issuers that must coordinate and cooperate their operations. And that is where Scrypt comes into the picture. So Scrypt is a protocol and a software that, instead of using a single issuer, is using a federation of issuers. Those issuers must accept each other, but apart from that, they don't have to cooperate outside the protocol at all. The basis of the Scrypt protocol is that a quorum of those federation members must agree on each and every transaction. If only lesser than quorum issuers make a transaction, that transaction is never valid. And federation members accept previous quorum decisions of the federation. So that allows you to replace members of the federation at any time. So the modification from Chaumian Blind Cash is that instead of having one signature per statement in a certificate, we have the statement now, and every mint or issuer that participated in the transaction adds its own signature to it. The signatures are blind. That means that there's no way that any issuer, any mint can link input and output certificates to each other. So all transactions are truly untraceable. And in the background, the mints or issuers are cooperating based on a distributing voting protocol. This is specific for Scrypt. There are other implementations that are worked on that use different ways, but Scrypt itself has this voting protocol where basically every member of the federation makes a public commitment over this is the input certificate with which I am paid. This is the output certificate that is requested as the output of the transaction. And that commitment is broadcasted, and then when enough members of the federation have broadcasted commitments that match each other, and there has been no broadcast that has disagreed, then the transaction can go forward at every federation. So it's this distributing voting that is the only communication that happens between the federation members. So what is the current status of Scrypt? The Federated Chaumian banks, there are basically two people working on it. There's Zeb working on it. He has an implementation that he works on, and there's me working on it, which is Scrypt. So these are two different systems. They share part of the transaction design and the overall architecture, but they differ in details. And I'm going to talk about Scrypt only because that is my baby, and I actually don't have big insight into what Zeb has been doing. So what is Scrypt right now? Scrypt is an SDK, a software development kit that implements the Scrypt protocol, and it is a collection of programs that are the mints, the issuers itself, spend books, network communication, etc. And you can use the SDK to create clients that use the federation. The governance of the federation is implemented by CodeChain, which is something that Frank Braun wrote a couple of years ago. It is basically a hash chain-based voting system for issuing verified code, but it can also be used to verify configuration files, for example. And in the case of Scrypt, it is used by the federation members to agree on the configuration of the federation. So who's part of the federation, etc. Scrypt also currently supports to the power of 32 currencies or assets. So that means that instead of being able to only work with one currency, you can create a lot of currencies in the system. Users can create their own currencies, and those currencies can be backed in various ways. So either they're completely unbacked, meaning that a user just tokenizes some statement of it, or they can be backed by legal structure behind the federation. So that can be used, for example, to scriptify things like US dollars or companies or shares or stuff like that. And you have the possibility to also scriptify digital currencies, as long as those digital currencies have multi-signature support. So if you have a federation of, let's say, 15 issuers, then if you want to scriptify Bitcoin, for example, you're creating a quorum of 15 multi-sig account address for the Bitcoin, so that the same distribution rules apply both to the backing behind the currency and the certificates itself. And that would allow you, for example, to make completely untraceable Bitcoin payments. The implementation in Scrypt, as said, is voting based, and there are two implementations to that. There's a leader-based voting initiation, which basically allows you to have hundreds or thousands of issuers, but it is relatively slow, so it takes a couple of seconds for a transaction, and in the context of Scrypt, that is very slow. And there's an unoptimized voting that only works to about 20 minutes, maybe a little bit more, but is very traffic intensive, and that is very much faster, and we'll come to that later. So what else is implemented? Certificates in the system can be owned, and if a certificate is assigned to an owner, the certificate itself contains information about who owns it, and that means that the owner of the transaction has to sign, the owner of a certificate has to sign a transaction. And there is a whole set of ownership operators in the system. So you can select owners just by public key, or you can say a certain certificate belongs to a certain person during a certain time range, and afterwards it belongs to somebody else. You can have multi-signatures. You can make decisions based on external oracles. You can make decisions based on what kind of certificates are present in a transaction, etc., etc. So there's a whole language that allows you to model possible transactions, which is very useful when you're talking, for example, about using Scrypt to cryptify shares of companies. So you can have differences, for example, between the ability to sell those shares or the ability to prove that you're owner of the share and then vote for the share, for example. Or you can have shares that don't have voting rights, or you can split out voting rights from a share, etc. And then lastly, Scrypt implements transaction proofs, which allow you as the owner of a certificate, or somebody who knows the certificate, to show if this certificate has been used in a transaction already, like if it's valid, if it was, under what condition it was used, or maybe even if it hasn't been used. And for every certificate, the mints have to prove that the transaction has actually been executed by the permission of the owner. and you can reproduce that proof to third parties at any time. And then in Scrypt, all transactions are idempotent, which means that even if you lose network connection, if you lose your database, etc., as long as you keep your keys, it's not a big deal. You can recover at any point, and even if some of the mints disappear, the whole system can be recovered and replayed. So it has some built-in stability. And then lastly, there's the big subject of swaps. So as I said before, there are billions and billions of currencies that you can implement within one Scrypt federation. And that makes Scrypt very interesting for swap transactions. So a swap transaction is you have two different currencies as an input to a transaction, and then you swap owners between those assets. So in Scrypt, you can build complex swaps. So complex swaps can contain hundreds of different owners, hundreds of different currencies. There's no limit on which currencies you can use or how many owners there can be or how they're transacted. So the owners just come together, create the swap transaction together. If they're all happy with it, they sign it, send it to the federation, and then get their new certificates back. Those swaps are executed completely or not at all, so there's no partial execution of swaps, but you can have alternative swap transactions that you prepare, and then one party selects which of those transactions to actually execute. Then you can, of course, use external oracles, for example, to say, I want to execute this kind of transaction now, or I want to execute another kind of transaction. So it's very easy to do things like currency exchange, for example. The parties that are involved blind their outputs independently, which means that even if you're cooperating in a swap with some person that you don't trust, that person will not be able to see any information about the output certificates. It will only know, okay, there have been valid output certificates, but it's impossible to trace those output certificates by any other party in the transaction. And for your own output certificates in a transaction, you can always recover the signatures for them, which means that even if the parties do not complete the protocol completely, you're never losing your money. So, as I said, it's implemented as an SDK and a couple of binaries for that. So, just to give you an overview on what the power, speed, etc. of the system is, I set up a 15 mint federation with a quorum of 10, so 10 of those 15 mints have to agree. There's a 250 millisecond latency between the clients and the mint. That is full latency, so back and forth. There's a 100 millisecond latency between the mints. And there's a 50 millisecond jitter, so differences in latency. And there's some packet loss. So it's a realistic environment for the internet. It's actually relatively pessimistic. It uses UDP as a transport, and it goes through 3 steps. So it sets up the federation, which means that it creates keys for the currencies that are involved in the transaction, or the currency that is involved in the transaction. So there's actually an asset creation step there. Then it is issuing 3 certificates and distributing it to the mint, to the client, and then the client is actually making a transaction. So it's basically a full bootstrap plus transaction that is happening here. And the transaction has 3 inputs and 1 output, which is important because cryptographically the inputs are the expensive part. It takes more time to verify a signature and verify the database than to create a new signature. And the results are basically that you can make a transaction way below 700 milliseconds in a realistic scenario. So let's look at it. So what you've seen here is 3 transactions, including setup of the federation. As you can see, all of those transactions have basically happened below 600 milliseconds. You can also see the partial transactions with the mints. This is using the unoptimized voting protocol, so it actually talks with all mints at the same time, and the per mint transactions are basically happening under 600 milliseconds. And keep in mind, the transaction would actually be settled and confirmed if only quorum mints have been talked to. So instead of talking to all 15, as shown in this example, it's actually enough to talk with 10 of them. And that is basically the status of Scrypt and what Scrypt is. And I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Okay, so I swear to God, this is the 3rd time I've listened to you talk about this, and every time my brain explodes. My first question is, where does the data live? Which database are you using for all of this?
So every mint is using its own database for the mint-only state. It's really important that only the mints do need something like global state. Everybody else in the system doesn't. You only need to have your own certificate. So you don't have to download a global state, whatever, 500 gigabytes of blockchain or anything. But so you only have a few kilobytes of what your actual money is. And the mints themselves have database, and the database that is used in my configuration is a simple key value database. It's called Bolt. But the technicalities it really doesn't matter. It's just a simple key value database that you need.
Okay, so in this case, it's just residing on your local machine, but at scale, if we were to implement this for digital currencies, where would those databases live then?
So they live with each mint of the federation. That is where the databases are. So if you have a federation of 15, 20, 50 mints, they have the database on their systems, and you yourself only have a database for your own money, which can actually be a text file if you want to be adventurous. But there is no such thing that everybody has to have the database, because the value and validity of a DBC is shown by 2 things. And that is, number 1, by the signatures that are part of the certificate, and by the lack of a transaction proof. So if you have your certificate with all the signatures on it, you can go to any mint and make a transaction with it. And the mint will do this transaction if the signatures are correct, as long as he doesn't have a transaction proof to the negative. And if he has a transaction proof to the negative, he will send you that transaction proof and say, you already used this money, and proves it cryptographically. That's it. So there's no need to copy a blockchain, for example, 100,000 times and waste petabytes in storage. There's no need for that.
Okay, so the average DBC, Scrypt DBC, is how big?
That depends directly on the number of mints in the federation, but it is 128 bytes for the statement, and then another 48 bytes for each signature. So it's a couple of 100 bytes.
Okay, so then the next thing is, let's talk about this at scale. You obviously, from the beginning, thought about scaling issues. Why don't you go through that decision tree of problem and solution?
Okay, so the interesting thing with DBC-based systems is that they don't rely on interlocking state. So every DBC basically only depends on its own state, which means that you can shard a DBC system basically linearly. So there's no issue with scaling operators in it. So you only get interlocking state if you're using a lot of certificates in the same transaction. So if you're having 100 input DBCs in one transaction, then of course the state of all of those 100 DBCs has to be checked, which, however, is relatively easy to do with transactional programming. So even if you have hundreds of inputs, the actual processing is very limited when it comes to what data has to be accessed, etc. When it comes to storage, it is the transaction proof that has to be stored by the mints, and it has to be stored until the end of the lifetime of the signature keys. So the transaction proof itself is a couple of 100 bytes. So it's basically a hash of the input DBC, it's a hash of the output DBCs, and it's the signature itself by the owner.
So the key issue here being not a shared state being required.
Yes, there's no shared state that is required. So the only sharing happens if you add them to the same transaction. And that means that if you make transactions, the bottlenecks in the system are actually network and processing. So it's not database access or anything, but it's how fast can you calculate the signatures, how fast can you verify the signatures, and how fast can you transmit the voting over the network. Mm-hmm. And we designed everything so that in most cases, most typical transactions fit into a single UDP package. So there's a single package, UDP in IP, that is sent to all mints, and one that comes back. And
so that architecturally, that's essentially you're going to transmit the packet multiple times for loss, and you're not splitting up the data across packets.
No. So because the certificates are relatively small and the transactions are relatively small, most typical transactions can be done in a single UDP package. And all the voting protocol fits into a single UDP package always. And that means that the communication between the mints is relatively fast. It doesn't have to keep any state either. So we're just collecting votes, basically. Mm-hmm. And that means that you have those two issues. You have how long does it take to verify and sign? That is issue number one. And then issue number two is how many transactions are going on at the same time. And the latter is a question of how much transactions you can keep in memory. So on my standard laptop, I can do something like 10,000 transactions per second, except for the signature validation. So creating signatures 10,000 a second, doing the voting protocol 10,000 a second. Signature verification is more expensive, but it is something that can be easily distributed over a cluster. So it is the scaling issue is really an issue of how much processing power do you throw at it, and it scales linearly more or less with different angles for all those factors. It is very realistic to build a system that can do thousands of transactions per second.
Cool. So I think that this is like really foreign territory for a lot of Bitcoiners and a lot of people in what is called crypto, even though this is like some pretty pure crypto, basically the bare bones of crypto. Let's bring it to a level that I think that many people are thinking about. So we have a bounty track on Gitcoin for Sovrython for privacy and shielded transactions, right? And then we're also going to be implementing the Arbitrum rollup coming up soon, also for scalability. And so we have optimistic rollups. We're projected to have even more advanced zero knowledge proofs with the calculation time coming down. Why don't you take those two pieces of our current toolbox and explain to people how it is that this as a layer 2 or layer 3 solution would work on Bitcoin or existent currencies, as opposed to just how it is that you can transfer them all around.
Okay, so practically how would Scrypt work on top of Bitcoin is this. You create a federation of people that operate those mints together. Each of them is independent, but they agree that they work together.
So that's the only collusion, is an agreement to work together. There's not really...
The agreement is I as a mint operator accept you as a mint operator as well. That is the agreement. So I have to
So
basically...
it's opt-in at that sense, basically,
It is,
for every federation. It's
yes.
not a predetermined federation. It's a rolling set of federations that people can opt into or opt out of at any time.
Yes. The only issue, so to speak, is that the quorum of all existing mints have to accept you as a new member, so you can take part in the operation. So that's basically it.
And what methodology would people use to choose to accept a mint or not? Is it based on any sort of history, or is it, what is the...
There's nothing...
It's essentially an agreement of a temporary rule set, or...
No. So your mint software is configured, and it says these are the mints that I'm accepting as other mints. And this configuration is created from code chain. So code chain is this hash chain based, voting based system that was originally designed to secure the secure issuance and distribution of code, like source code. And it can also
that was where our conversation actually started.
Yes.
in Bratislava, was verifying binaries, right? Okay.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
So essentially what you do is some people start a code chain and say, we are creating a new federation. And they configure their mints and put the configuration into the code chain. And then other people have to ask manually, can I take part? And if existing mints agree, then they're added to the code chain, they're added to the configuration, and the mints accept them. So the governance part is manual, but supported by cryptography. We're not making any rules of how a federation is created, because Scrypt is not a single system, it's a technology. It's not like Bitcoin, where you only have one Bitcoin, like one Bitcoin network. But Scrypt is a network of networks that can interact with each other, that have different risk profiles, different assets, whatever, and they don't overlap. So it's more like you have hundreds of those. Your local community can have one, your country can have one, you can make one of only people with blonde hair and another one of people with brown hair, or whatever. You know, it's completely up to you how you select federations. And they're all independent from each other, but they can cooperate. So you can create transactions that go from one Scrypt federation to another Scrypt federation.
Okay, so the primary use case that I'm thinking of, that I'm trying to figure out how this is an improvement. So we're currently on the rootstock chain on RSK, a level 2 solution, and they have a multi-sig federation of 15. I believe is what the number is, and people are always criticizing the solution that those 15 multi-sigs can get together and pull the rug on the whole system. And this is the primary sort of like criticism that you see of this of layer 2 solutions. How does Scrypt compare with that? Now, what is the advancement that it offers us there?
Well, the criticism would be the same. So if you're creating a Scrypt federation that governs something like Bitcoin on chain, then this federation can, of course, collude. And if enough come together, they can sign the multisig and get the money out. The question is really, what are your demands for trust? and where do you keep your money? So for me, the calculation is a different one. So I would not use Squid for storing my Bitcoin in Squid. That's bullshit. You use it for transactions. So what you would do is you say, okay, I'm transacting 500 euros in Bitcoin every day. So I take 500 euros, put it in the Squid wallet backed by Bitcoin, use it for transactions. And then if I underrun my threshold, I add new Bitcoin. And if I overrun my threshold, I move it back to the chain. That is how you do it. So I think there's a mistake in thinking that we have to build systems that have a zero trust on all levels. We don't need that. What we need is very low trust in the base layer, and then risk profiling on the layers above that. That's a basic decisions we do every time. If you go shopping, you're making a risk calculation if you should go to that shop or to that restaurant. Will they poison me? Will they not poison me? Will they hit me over the head, etc.? It's the standard thing that humans do all the time, is risk calculations.
So to take that away from specifically about Squid, let's look at it in the discussion that we have happening about level 2 solutions from somebody who's been around the space from the beginning. What are the essential arguments that we need to bring into the dialogue to make people understand that trustlessness is not necessary at every level? Yeah, other than that metaphorical one that you just used. Yeah. So as a thought leader in the space, right? Let's direct people's attention to what it is that they should be considering about level 2 and level 3. Regardless.
So the real question is, what does trust and risk really mean? And in the context of payment systems, they mean two things. There are two different kinds of risk that you have to deal with. It's the risk of losing money, and it's the risk of losing privacy. Those are the two things that you can lose in a payment system. And when it comes to the risk of losing money, it's very easy. Just don't put all your money into one solution, unless that solution is highly trustable, as in Bitcoin, for example. So keep the most money in Bitcoin, where the main property of the system is relative trustlessness. And if you're looking for something like very fast transactions or privacy or something like that, you exchange those features like privacy and speed. You exchange them for having a little bit more risk. That is, you potentially risk at a certain amount of money that you put into the system. And even there, if it's a single issuer system, yes, the risk of total failure is relatively high. But if you're looking at a federation, etc., it's the risk of the quorum of all mints colluding against you or disappearing, which is the same risk essentially.
Okay. So my next question is, let's compare it then to things like Monero and Zcash. Mm-hmm. Another layer on top of those two has the same trade-offs, or
yes, it does. I mean, the upside of something like Squid is in those three aspects. It is extremely fast, like sub-second confirmations. It is provable private, which means that your anonymity set is extremely long and you know how big it is. And number three is that it's ultra cheap, because you don't have as many. So, for example, the competitive mining.
Well, there's no currency
you don't
have. Essentially, when you say
exactly.
cheap, you say calculation. In terms of calculation, it's cheap.
It is ultra cheap when it comes to total cost of transaction. So the total cost of transaction in Bitcoin, I don't know what it is right now, but it's not millicents. Total cost of transactions in something like Squid is millicents, no matter how much you transact.
Okay, so what is that transaction denominated in? Is it denominated in Squid, or is it denominated in one of the currencies that you're doing a DBC with?
Well, right now it's not denominated at all because it's so cheap that it doesn't really make sense to charge per transaction. So it actually costs more money to calculate the fees than the actual fees that you would have to take. So while there is a protocol thought on how to do that, so basically get a transaction currency that you would pay fees in, we actually never implemented that because it kind of doesn't make sense to do that. So it might be better to fund the system differently than per transaction fees.
So it's like a subscription model or something like that as a...
Well, it depends on the context in which you're using a script mint. So for example, if you have a local community that is using that as a local payment system for goods and services, then it might be something where people of the community just say, okay, we're going to fund it. Like merchants are going to fund it because it increases business. So that might be it. I mean, you can.
Okay, so we're an exchange. We're a decentralized, trustless, trust minimized exchange with swaps, margin trading, lending, borrowing, all of those things. I'm not really seeing much bot action on our platform yet, but I can imagine as it scales up, there's going to be much more of that. Give the pitch for an exchange, for whether it's us or Uniswap or even a SEX.
So one has to keep in mind that Scrypt only does swaps. So that is the main construction that is interesting for exchanges. So what you would do as an exchange, or more specifically as a group of exchangers, the group of exchangers would together form a federation and together co-sign the on-chain addresses that keep the actual value, and together issue DBCs in whatever currencies they support in their system. And that allows every customer of any of those exchanges to transfer money into the exchange federation and then create swaps with anybody else in the federation without the involvement of the exchange itself. So of course,
which means cross-chain essentially.
Yes. So you can have, you of course have the confirmation time on both sides of the cryptocurrencies. Basically, you have to put the money in, but as soon as the money is in Scrypt, it is ultra fast cross-chain exchanges, swaps, whatever. So it's the main question is, how do you find the counterparty for such a trade? And that is basically an API that the exchanger has to provide. That's the service that an exchanger
and there's essentially not a need for an oracle anywhere in the system.
No, there's not. Only for market makers.
Okay, and where would a market maker oracle on Scrypt live then?
It doesn't live on Scrypt. So
utilizing Scrypt.
Yes. So each Scrypt mint has the ability to query information from oracles, and it's very simple. So it's binary oracles. So either say yes or no, and you encode the question to the oracle in the ownership information of the DBC itself. So the DBC basically says, if oracle A true, then this is the owner. If oracle B true, then this is the owner. And you combine those DBCs in a swap transaction, which basically allows you to have a binary tree of how the transaction could execute. And then, yeah, that's basically it.
Okay, cool. So give me 5 years from now. Where do we see Scrypt 5 years from now? What sort of timeline? I mean, this is years of research, an APK, code repos. What do you need from people in the crypto community? What do you need from people who are working on our bounties? Because we have bounties that are relevant to this. Yeah, what do you want people to do for this?
So,
other than being aware of it for implementations.
So right now, what we're looking at, and it's not decided yet, but the development of Scrypt has been relatively expensive. So as you said, there have been years of thinking in there. There's something like 100,000 lines of code, etc. So what we're currently looking at is at a way to make it open source, support future development in it, and apply it to new use cases. So we're actually currently thinking about setting up a company that helps with hosting mints, that helps with packaging mints. So if you have a community that wants to operate a federation itself, that your technical know-how is lower, that helps integrators in using the SDK with consulting and programming, etc., pp, and helps in modeling new use cases for it. And the thing that I'm mostly looking at is actually not cryptocurrencies. So I only have a limited interest in cryptocurrencies. So what I'm mostly looking at is using this to bring shares in corporations and shares in title into the crypto world. So I want you to be able to trade houses and cars in this.
Okay, so this is a discussion that we're having obviously in the NFT space. Could you imagine pairing DBCs, Scrypt DBCs with NFTs?
Well, there is no such thing in Scrypt proper as a future DBC being constrained by a previous DBC, which is necessary if you want to have something like profit splitting. So you can only do that for exactly one step, but you cannot do that for a history of transactions. For that,
so it's not a provenance trail at all.
No. So that is basically what breaks the system. So Scrypt is anonymous and untraceable, and everything that requires traceability you cannot do in Scrypt proper. And there are thoughts about having a second version of Scrypt or a second model in Scrypt, which is non-blind certificates, which would allow tracing and which allow implementing smart contracts based on DBCs. And we actually have that code for that. So we actually have a digital bearer certificate engine with smart contracts.
Using Solidity or Clarity or?
No. It's a self-implemented register-based VM.
Okay.
So a very simple one, but powerful enough for most things. So you could do something like that if you mix those two worlds. But personally, I'm not that interested in that. So what I'm mostly interested in is making the current standard transactions of the world economy usable for anonymous, fast, digitalized success. That is what I'm interested in. I'm not really interested in NFTs at all. I want you to be able to sell the access to an Airbnb lock, yes, but I don't need an NFT for that. I can do that with Scrypt without NFTs.
Cool. So I could spend another hour talking to you about this. We should have a conversation together with Yago and with our tech lead Aurora about multiple things regarding Scrypt, how we could do an implementation, and how it is that we can assist in enabling funded development, either over Gitcoin or via the Origins platform. Where it is that we're doing multiple launches. I think that this could be a really great place for Scrypt to live. So I will make that stuff happen. Nobody inside of the team was familiar with Scrypt, so that was the main reason for me inviting you, as opposed to also making the wider community familiar with your work. But I'm hoping that our team we'll take a deeper look at it and get in touch with you. We've been looking at, Chaumian Cash. I know multiple developers have been looking at Chaumian Cash solutions. So definitely need to hook you up with Yago and Aurora and Jamie for you guys to do some brainstorming about how it is that we can see what we can do together. Thanks so much,
like that.
Smuggler, man. And I guess
You're
we'll
welcome.
see each other latest in October in Prague.
I hope so.
I reached out to the team there, and also Sovereign's offering to sponsor the event this year. So hopefully we'll have a chance to see each other in person again, man.
I would like that.
Cool, man. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me on.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hey, hey, hey. Oh, nice t-shirt. Looks like you've been hanging out with Ingmar.
Yes, yes. How are you, Exiled? I'm calling from
I'm
Miami.
cool, man. Looks like sunglasses are in. I only got these clear ones, so, but you guys are wearing. How's Bitcoin Miami been for you, man?
It's been great. It's been great. I had the opportunity to meet some cool people from the wider Bitcoin ecosystem, people from the sovereign community. That's where I got this beautiful shirt. Yes, learning a lot, honestly, and getting to know different people from the not only Bitcoiners but also people that are really loving sovereign and that are hearing all of the innovation that's happening. So really a great time.
Yeah, man. Cool. So go for it and take 35 minutes and let people know, about your project and how it's intersecting with what we're implementing on Sovereign. And after that, we'll come back and I'll ask you a couple questions and we'll hang out a little bit more till the top of the hour.
Sure. Thank you, Excel. So yes, BabelFish or BabelFish, depending on your pronunciation. Um, it's actually a cool story for the name, and it's a good way to explain what it does. So if you're a sci-fi fan, you may have heard about a book called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and in it, there's this fish that you plug into your ear, and it helps you communicate with any creature across the galaxy. So it's a translating device. And so we call this project BabelFish because we realized that there's a lot of fragmentation in the stablecoin space. We've been seeing this for a long period of time. I was hearing some of the previous conversations here, fascinating conversations, by the way, about the need to create also crypto-backed stablecoins because that's what we need. And there's a lot to talk about that. But I am a sovereign, and I want to make this project better. And like me, there's thousands, and soon there will be hundreds of thousands and millions. To get to millions, to get to the first 100 million users, we need to make it really, really easy to get into the space. And we know that stablecoins are that familiar currency gateway that makes it really easy to onboard users into the decentralized economy. So how do we bring stablecoins over to Sovereign? We have great projects right now that are Bitcoin-backed stablecoins that are doing a great job that are rootstock native. And then we have, for example, over $100 billion of stablecoin liquidity, say in Ethereum and in Binance. 80% of that liquidity, so 80 billion, it's from fiat-backed stablecoins. One is opaque, and the other one is following the guidelines. And then the other 20%, it's being competed away by many different small projects. So this creates many issues from risk being the main one, to also increase centralization. So it defeats the purpose of what we're doing in a way. Yeah, I would say that the biggest risk is idiosyncratic risk, but there's also an issue when it comes to usability, both from a user interface point of view and also by a market efficiency point of view. So this is something that people from the community at Sovereign have been discussing for a while. I think even before Sovereign was created, we saw this problem of stablecoin liquidity being fragmented across the different flavors of stablecoins that you have in cryptocurrency. So if you go to a centralized exchange or a decentralized exchange and they accept a few different stablecoin flavors, you will have, let's say, BTC against USDT or BTC against USDC or BTC against DAI. And then what that is creating, you may know it, but that is basically fracturing the entire combined dollar liquidity. It's being divided over those three pairs. So that creates a lot of market inefficiencies when they're all supposed to have the same dollar pair. All of these stablecoins are competing to really do the same thing. Now that problem is becoming, it's being multiplied right now as we go into a multi-chain space. So because as we go into a multi-chain space, you have not only do these stablecoin flavors continue to be incompatible between one another, even though they're all supposed to be $1. Now, when you breach the same stablecoin brand that you have into a different chain, and then you want to exchange it for the same stablecoin in a different exchange in that chain, but it turns out that they use different bridges. Now that doesn't work either. So basically, you have fragmentation of flavors, and then you have fragmentation of bridges. So for us, we don't see really stable coins. We don't see colors in stable coins. We don't see flavors in stable coins. For us, they're all just $1. We see them as a temporary solution that we need to onboard a lot of people into the decentralized economy. We think it's one of the most exciting areas. The pegged asset category in the crypto space, I would say it's as exciting as Bitcoin. It's really an exciting thing to be in. So we started discussing sovereign members and members from the Blockchain Whispers community as well, and members from different communities from around the world, many of whom I've met here as well. I've been fortunate to meet different members, put a face to the pseudonyms. And we realized, okay, we should just aggregate all of this stablecoin liquidity that we have in Ethereum or in Binance or even in Avalanche and any other EVM compatible chains out there to begin with. So we take a simple pool, we accept USDC, we accept USDT, we accept DAI to begin with. We take them, we create a meta stablecoin from them. We bridge that meta stablecoin over to Rootstock to be used as sovereign. That's what we proposed. And then basically we can bring all of this available $100 billion plus liquidity available in these EVM chains, seamlessly bring it over to sovereign, while at the same time hedging the risk in a basket. So you're not only using Tether, if you have Tether, you're hedging it with USDC and DAI. If you have DAI, you're hedging it with Tether and USDC, and so on. But not only that, what BabelFish really does very simply, and this is something that wasn't possible to do up until a year ago, now we have lending markets. So stablecoins are now paying over 10% in most DeFi protocols. USDT is paying, for example, over 10% at sovereign. So we're going to take the collateral in the parent chains, and we're going to be lending it out in the best lending protocols that the community will vote on to decide, okay, where should we lend the collateral that we're bringing over? And then we're going to be taking the yield that we will be earning in the collateral, sort of as a bank does, but instead of keeping it to ourselves as a bank does, we're going to use it to buy Bitcoin insurance for the community. And so it's a very simple product that makes a lot of sense, and it needed many things to happen for it to occur now and to have such a simple solution. Chief amongst them is having a protocol like Sovereign, a community such as Sovereign giving their support to allow BabelFish to have a proof of concept, but also evolutions in lending markets, evolutions in just the entire space. It's fascinating. And so we're going to have a token sale. The whole reason to have a token sale that we are going to be doing on the week of the 21st. We've been pushing it many times. We just want to make sure that once we have the token sale, we can have the product completely integrated in Sovereign as well. We want to make sure that it works the way that things at Sovereign are working, and to do things with purpose. So we expect that the first sale will happen the 21st, and then after the first sale, once that is complete, or within 48 hours, we will go to the second sale, and then the token generation event will happen by the time that both sales are completed. And why that's important is that we can have a governance ready to go from launch, because we do not really want to make all of the decisions about where are we going to be lending, or which stablecoin should we start accepting or rejecting, or what should we do with the Bitcoin insurance. There's a lot of cool experimentation that will need to take place, a lot of research and development, and the best way to do that is with the community. So we're going to be starting it right now with just an even distribution amongst USDC, USDT, and DAI on Ethereum, plus BUSD on Binance, evenly distributed. But then we need governance immediately to start saying, okay, let's add this one, so let's go to this other chain, and where should we lend, where should we not lend? And what we're really excited about this project, it's where it can take us, together with Sovereign, together with the wider Bitcoin ecosystem, as we build on Bitcoin Layer 2 and Bitcoin Layer 3. Once BabelFish really is successful, proving that such a simple product can work, and if we get to have a sufficiently large pool of Bitcoin insurance, then we can start doing really cool things. I know that in Sovrythons, there's also like a bounty for stablecoins, crypto-backed. I would love to discuss more with the sovereign community, included the BabelFish community there. Perhaps if we get to have once we have if our governance can make a vote before the hackathon is over to be able to be involved in that and support it, we really want to get even more active in that in that area as well. But yes, I think that's basically the main objective of BabelFish. It's a very simple solution that is doable today, that can absorb stablecoin liquidity from other chains while keeping the lending markets in those chains healthy, because we're using the collateral, bridging it over to Rootstock, which we will also use to buy the Bitcoin insurance, and then we can start learning more about the whole ecosystem and creating standards that will really create a healthy ecosystem, and also enable not a winner take all, but rather enable creative people from around the world that may not have the connections or the resources to do a good stablecoin organization to try and experiment. And so long as there is demand for those projects that we can find, we should be able to onboard them. And yeah, I think everybody that is working on the BabelFish protocol, again, it's a group of pseudonymous people, but that comes from Sovereign, that wants to help Sovereign, and it's bringing different communities as well. Very creative, very decentralized, and we really have high expectations also to help facilitate. The whole point of stablecoins is to facilitate, the marginalized as well. So once we're sufficiently large, here in Miami, we've been meeting a lot of organizations that do the on-ramps from traditional on-ramps across Latin America and in Africa, finding ways not to on-ramp because we will not be issuing our own stablecoin. But when it comes to off-ramping or perhaps doing peer-to-peer trading between the stablecoin markets that we have, there's a lot of cool innovation that can start to happen. And I think that's what makes BabelFish really cool. It's we don't see difference between stablecoins or just $1 for us. We want to encourage R&D in the space, and we want this to be decentralized innovation. So yeah, really happy to be having the opportunity to build this with everyone, and I think we're really going to have an amazing impact from what I'm hearing from the people around here.
Is BabelFish Money is chain agnostic then in that sense? I mean, we're implementing it here on RSK, on Sovereign. BabelFish Money is something that could be implemented elsewhere on other chains?
Yes, so that's a great question. Someone actually, I think, asked on Twitter recently. So yes, the whole point of BabelFish is to be a multi-chain solution. Sovereign is our proof of concept, and then if it's successful, they're very successful, we will take, for example, XUSD, which is our meta stablecoin, we could take it elsewhere. But the priority right now for the project, and then we will see how the roadmap evolves. The priority is to bring stablecoin liquidity to Rootstock with non-native Rootstock stablecoins. But yes, it is possible, and it's something that's on the roadmap. That then we can help, for example, Bitcoin Layer 2 native stablecoins if they want to port over and be used in different chains, that they could also use our system if there is demand for them. Absolutely. Can be done.
So let's then move into the Fish token launch that's going to be happening on Origins as the first token after Sovereign that will be launched on Origins. Why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Something specific. I don't like to talk so much about it, but I guess
well, I guess yes. I'm gonna be a little bit difficult here. Okay, I like everybody, and I'm a very, very friendly person in our community. But I also like to attack the hard issues.
Right.
And that issue is essentially around what some people see as the preferential treatment for the blockchain whispers community. And so I'm just going to talk totally from my own personal point of view right here. I've never heard of blockchain whispers. I've been involved with Sovereign for 5 months. I hear people arguing on our forums and in our channels that blockchain whispers, made Sovereign happen. So I'm really, really curious about what blockchain whispers actually did from your perspective for Sovereign, because I don't see them in any of our Discord channels. I want to know who is blockchain whispers and why is it that they have first day sale opportunity for the launch of your token?
Yeah, cool. That's a great question, and we had a lot of debate about this.
So tell me who they are, man, and what's their history? How did they get hooked up with Sovereign? How did they get hooked up with BabelFish Money? If I'm clueless, a vast majority of our community is clueless. Okay.
Sure.
So.
Sure. So this is really a great question, and we had a lot of debate about this when BabelFish first launched. So BabelFish, I guess the first tweet was just I don't know, less than 2 months ago. And now we have over 3,000 active Discord members and close to 2,000 followers, and a very active community that's doing a lot of cool art and also programming, etc. So Blockchain Whispers is just this community that includes, I don't know, I would say there's probably over 200,000 members, and it's just one of these many communities that exist in the crypto space. So it's interesting. People from our parents' age, people in the ages 60 plus, they would tell us, never mix friends and business. Bad idea. But today, what we're doing, it's creating and reinventing money with online friends. So if we want to have successful projects, we need to be part of communities that are large and that trust in each other and that join each other in different projects going on in the space, across the R&D and different projects. I don't know if I'm still online. Yeah, cool. Blockchain Whispers is one of these projects. They've invested in different projects. For example, I don't know if I can disclose all of the names, but they've invested in algorithmic stablecoins. They've invested in insurance protocols, and they've stuck with them even after there's like exploits or there's like something bad happens. They've proven to be a community that invests not only in the long term, but that also brings talent. It's such a diverse community from around the world that it brings a lot of talent. So many people in Sovereign's team right now.
This is really cool propaganda. Who are these people and what do they do? I don't mean they're people.
Yeah.
What's their names? What does Blockchain Whispers do? Yeah.
Right.
For the community. What is their place in the ecosystem? What do they do? Do they write code? Do they make investments? Who are these people? I've been in Bitcoin for 12 years. And I've never heard of Blockchain Whispers. So please tell me, what do they do?
So I wouldn't class it. So it's a community, right? So it's not one name. It's hundreds of thousands of names. There's over, I would say, like 250,000 people, members. Blockchain Whispers in itself, it's just a community of people that are in there to get signals from someone called D and someone called Y. But besides that, many friendships have happened through that system, through that community. So it's a community that started there. And then basically—
Give me some examples, okay? The only place I've ever heard this name is involved with Sovereign, okay? What are the things that this community has done? What are the projects that they've signaled on? What are the projects that they've been involved with? Please.
So one good project was BZYX. So that was a good signal. I think it was BZYX. And they got exploited recently, and the community basically decided to believe in them and stick with them. But one that really matters for BabelFish, and that it matters when B reached out to some members of us, and he said, we really want to support this. Many of us, we're investors in Sovereign. We like this project. How can and people want to participate in this project? I'm participating in this project. I'm on the Blockchain Whispers community as well.
Still, again, what is their path? What is their path? What are the other projects, please?
Yeah. So the two projects that I am mentioning, Exile, for example,
not ours. Prior to us, what has Blockchain Whispers been successful at signaling?
Yeah, so BZXY and Fei Protocol is the most relevant for BabelFish. So they really believe on stablecoin innovation. For
the wider crypto community.
Fei Protocol. I don't know if you're familiar with Fei Protocol. It's just an algorithmic stablecoin that has backing by Andreessen Horowitz and Polychain Capital. So Fei Protocol is the one that really called our attention that's when I spoke with, for example, D and Y, which are sort of like leading this project. This is the one that really convinced me. There's many communities like this in the space, but this one, when he reached out to me and he's like, listen, but we invested in Fake Protocol, you know this, we're sticking with them, even after the, the snafus that happened in the
still don't get why it is they have a preference over sovereign holders where it is that you're launching your token.
Sure. So I was just explaining who they are and other projects that they've been they've done in the past. Now, when it comes to preference, right? By being part of this large community, it really helps to jumpstart and create a lot of the hype. So Sovereign hasn't spent, BabelFish hasn't spent any marketing money. This is all a community. But yet BabelFish, I'm here in Miami and I'm hearing about BabelFish everywhere, right? So we're lucky because we're taking Sovereign's community, but also BabelFish's community. I saw this cool Venn diagram, and then in the middle you have BabelFish. Someone did some data analysis comparing how many people from Sovereign's Discord were in our Discord like 3 weeks ago, and it was just about 20% of Sovereign members from the Discord channel. So that's a value that it's being created right now. All of the excitement, all of the noise, much of it is coming from Sovereign, but a lot of it is coming from Blockchain Whisper. So what do? It's like asking, what does Anonymous do? You cannot really know what do they do. You cannot really know who they are, but it's a wide community, and just like them, there's many. And why are they getting this initial deal? It's because many of them are already part in our community, helping from marketing to community management. But even though they're getting in first, they can buy less because it's such a large community, as I mentioned, over probably around 250,000 people in this specific group. We limited the maximum that Blockchain Whispers members can buy to 2,000 per wallet, whereas the public sale is 3,000 per wallet. And in the public sale, as soon as the token sale is complete, it's 50% immediately liquid, right? We believe that people that are getting it on the second sale or people that are getting the airdrop understand the simplicity and the beauty of the project that we want to build, and will hold and understand the value of the governance to really do cool stuff with stable coins and on Bitcoin as well. But yeah, they have that benefit that 50% vests immediately, whereas Blockchain Whispers, it doesn't. It just vests linearly over 10 months. So we really think that, it's possible to make everyone happy. We see the consequence of this at the United Nations. But we tried our best. Unlike most projects, it's true. And unlike most projects, we actually opened up to the community to get their feedback on how to do it.
I was laughing with you, not at you.
It's true. But we're trying.
I sometimes find it amazing that even two people can get along. It's like there's what is it, 9 billion people on the planet. That's from my point of view, 9 billion different universes. It's amazing that we can even share a single language with each other, let alone organize.
I think that's what's amazing. The organization is happening, and credits also to you, Exile. I think you've been very helpful to organize many things, most in particular this Sovrython. But yeah, I was actually speaking with someone here in Miami that, because BabelFish translation device and communication, maybe in the future, I think by the end of this decade, we will just communicate in memes. So you're having an argument with your wife or your girlfriend, and you just push a song, right? Maybe we won't need words to communicate anymore. And that's how we will begin to understand. It's not about words.
I hope that we still need bodies for sex, though. I'll tell you that much. I'm just like,
yes, I hope so too. I'm with you.
You better, being a Latin lover. Yeah, cool. So the next thing that I want to talk about is overall. So let's talk about some numbers for stable coins. In terms of volume, what is it we see in the market? What do you see as a prediction for this year? There's a lot of hype around stable coins. I think it's NFTs have people's mind share at the moment, but stable coins are entering the dialogue. What sort of volume do you see across all chains, across all exchanges happening this year, and project that for us a little bit further forward?
Yeah. I guess going back to around 2018, back then the total USD stablecoin float out there, or stablecoins issued, was about 4 billion, I think, in 2018. It was tiny. And then it started growing really fast. And then just from 2020 to 2021, over the past year, it's grown 10x. So we've had the fastest growth ever in stablecoin issuance. What we've seen from 2018, which is kind of like since I started sort of researching the space, to now, it's just suddenly it clicked that, oh wow, we have lending markets now. Suddenly, like, people figured out this recipe that you can, it works. For example, if you want to take a loan, it's not a taxable event, or like, just to make markets more efficient to go long or short. These markets are becoming more evolved. I think that as institutions get also deep into Bitcoin, we will see legitimate quote unquote stablecoin issuers like USDC grow even faster, because these stablecoins will be needed for them to do trading in the markets. So it's at around 100 billion right now, but then all of these stablecoins, it's 100 billion issued, but then you take them to DeFi. So then you're locking $1 on compound, and then you get another dollar from, you get a compound dollar, and then that compound dollar you take it to Curve, and then you take that Curve compound dollar and you take it elsewhere. So we have a lot of systemic risks in the space. That is something that I am concerned, but yeah, we're kind of like making this, that's kind of like the nature. It's kind of like against Bitcoin's core value. This was also kind of discussed in the event here, like Austrian economics, like how much do we need leverage in the space? I think that it does help to find fair market value, and it helps create innovation and grow the space, but there is a lot of systemic risk. And I think, yeah, so in terms of issuance, I think it's quite likely that by this time next year, we're gonna be already at 1 trillion stablecoins issued directly. And once we have 1 trillion in stablecoins issued, then we're talking about a real economy being built on the decentralized economy. Like, that's the minimum that we would need in terms of dollars. And then you multiply that 1 trillion by all of these different protocols in DeFi and CeFi happening, and then you have something really exciting, but also a lot of systemic risk that we need to be aware of. I think we're going to have a lot of surprises.
What do you think those systemic risks are?
That's what I hope, that together with the governance, we will attract a lot of people that can help us value what a stablecoin is worth or isn't, and what are the parameters that we should have in the baskets. But there's different risks. There's risks of from compliance.
Let's talk about CBDCs, right? Do you see CBDCs as being one of the competitors, or not, to stablecoins?
That's also a great question. I think so. If we're talking USD stablecoins, I think that America or the Treasury or the Reserve, which is not federal nor does it have a reserve, but they have a catch-22 moment here with Bitcoin. So the yuan is rising, so they there's nothing they can do about it. China is rising, and America at the same time is printing more than it's printed ever, and so that's inevitable. So how do they remain competitive? They need to have also their own CBDC, one that represents a bit more freedom. They both have control. They're both, state surveillance. But, I would rather have personally, I would rather have an American CBDC than a Chinese CBDC, at least today. Now, the catch-22 here is that if they knock down Bitcoin, then all of the stablecoin innovation, which is happening around the dollar, will dissipate, because at the end, we're all here for Bitcoin. And if they let it continue, then they may have, private issuers, they completely lose monetary policy power to private issuers. And so I think that's kind of like the dilemma that we're now here with the dollar. So I really think that what many people have been predicting, and that's what seems likely, and it's very it's the history of the United States. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's all about competitive markets and allowing private participants to innovate. And I think like that, basically, Bitcoin is always the trailblazer, and it's trailblazing, and then the private stablecoin issuers are trailblazing behind it, and then comes the dollar CBDC that is sort of like holding the knife, which are these private stablecoin issuers trailblazing for them. So at the end of the day, it will benefit the dollar, and then at eventually the long-term end of this is that we all know that these fiat pegs, we hope they're going to be temporary until we find some other pegged assets that we can start using with different communities. Not the entire world needs to agree on the same peg, and that's a beautiful thing about decentralized markets. We can have different communities, and then they all settle eventually on Bitcoin. It can be a barter economy at the end of the day. So that's why I find stablecoins or pegged coins so exciting, because we really don't know where they are, but where they are right now, it's in the middle of it. It's in the middle, right next. CBDCs are as important as Bitcoin, right? It's that battle that, and stablecoins are right there. So pegged assets are right there.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more technically then about BabelFish. So correct me if I'm wrong. So about 2 years ago, or maybe even 2.5 years ago, Edan contacted me regarding Cement DAO, which was going to be a basket of stablecoins. That was the first time that I heard about the idea. You've been working with Edan longer. Did this come out of the Cement DAO project? Because when I was talking to him, it was very much the conceptual phase. There were just a couple of engineers there, and then, as far as I'm aware, you're kind of like part of that original thinking, or no?
Yes. So there's no Cement DAO technology being used on BabelFish. Again, the markets were so different back then. So when Yago was working on Cement DAO, this idea of creating a stablecoin clearinghouse, because there were no lending markets, we had to create our own sort of like incentives. It was really cool to get into that space early for me personally. I got to basically, while most of the research on the tech side was going, I went on and created sort of the first blog on stablecoins, sort of identifying for the first time, I think, in this space that if you don't do it, nobody else will. So I identified over 100 something stablecoin projects that were working at the moment.
100?
Reached over 100.
Wow.
In 2018, yes, over 100, and many of them, most of them failed, right? And that's a problem that we also, BabelFish can also help. If there's demand that can be found for them, and they can be added to the basket somehow. That's another thing. So there were over 100.
What we're talking about is stable coins on a community level. We're talking about Bitcoin Beach stable coin. There's a growing economy there, okay, and whatever, and they want to be transacting, so backed by Bitcoin, and there wouldn't be enough liquidity for them, but because of the awareness that we
Correct.
have, there could literally be a Bitcoin Beach BBS, Bitcoin Beach stablecoin backed by Bitcoin that would then be part of this basket. And if that was sort of, if we percolated that out in the sense of ripples, we'd have intersecting communities that have their own local currencies that are backed by Bitcoin, which then find pooled liquidity through the BabelFish Money protocol. Is that a pretty accurate statement?
I think that's a very cool thing that's like another differentiator of BabelFish, is that exactly the Bitcoin pool for insurance that we have eventually may be large enough that it will allow us to do also cool experimentation with Bitcoin-backed stablecoins and combine it somehow if they are earning yield on Bitcoin, for example, and sort of like integrate more easily.
Cool. And what are the oracles? So you guys have an Oracle implementation, as far as I'm aware as well, that we're using. You want to talk a little bit about your Oracle and where you're getting your data from and how that's implemented technically?
Yeah. So the technical side, there's another member on Discord, Dark Matter, World Dark, and he's like more a better person. He's been being very helpful in creating the basket, and it's an old. He's the fish with gray hair, I would say.
I've got the gray beard. He's got the gray hair,
right? But something that I can tell you about why BabelFish is so cool for a multi-chain world, or stablecoins are actually the coolest thing for a multi-chain world. And I think Tether knows this secret for a while. It's that it's a dollar, right? So when you're just a one, it just makes everything much easier than when you're a volatile asset. It's much easier.
One of the few things that I'm willing to give Brock Pierce credit for is being involved with Tether. So, but elsewhere I have a lot of criticisms. But yeah, but one-to-one is something in people's brains, and I have to admit, so from the beginning, the amount of decimals, so the potential infinite divisibility of Bitcoin as a scarce resource. So we just increase the decimals if we have larger scaling, was always really interesting to me. So, and also watching people, thinking I can't afford Bitcoin because the price of one Bitcoin is out of my reach, whether it was at $200 or whether it's at $60,000. People can't wrap their heads around the decimalization of an asset. So I agree with you that stable coins sort of make that cognitive dissonance that people have with being able to calculate what is worth as being something that will be driving crypto acceptance forward. At some point, the dream is that people aren't even aware that they're using Bitcoin. We've been talking about that for years. It's been a goal, and the current narrative is that stablecoins will offer that because they intersect with current understanding and current finance regulation, more likely to be accepting of stable coins as well, although they've been very, very cagey about it so far. But I think that Wall Street and finance will be driving them forward because every bank can have their own stable coin that's backed by the reputation of their bank. And if you look at, I'm sure you listened a bit to Smuggler's talk before you came on, where he's talking about DBCs and a system that the asset is not really relevant. What's only relevant is the trustlessness and the privacy and anonymity set of the transaction. These are all things that seem to be coalescing into a direction that we're all discovering ourselves as well, right? Those of us that have been around in this space, it's been discussed, but it's also a discovery narrative, I think. I think the next years are going to be very, very messy, full of storms and potholes with projects coming and going. But it's interesting and actually really exciting to see the debate shifting from layer 0 and now on layer 2. And that's what fascinates me also about Sovereign is the composability, the EVM, and all the things that they enable. I'm looking forward to a complete shift in the debate where we're talking about the relative merits and the trade-offs that each individual asset or chain is making. It's pretty rich ecosystem that's developing in front of us, and as a Bitcoin mutant, I find it all be incredibly exciting. What are some of the other projects in the space, in the DeFi space that you're also really excited about? Which other protocols, which other thing and projects that are happening?
Well, there's plenty, but I'll go just from what you were saying here. It's you're right. It's about communities and shared agreements, and yes, exactly, familiar currencies to be able to understand this great UI mobile apps that just so happen to use Bitcoin, right? So I was in Colombia recently, and there was, for example, this cool project that what they were doing, they were helping Venezuelan refugees send remittances to Venezuela, right? So Venezuela, it's kind of counterintuitive, but it's one of the most banked nations in the world. because it was a wealthy nation until recently.
Well, oil country. So,
yeah. But so the way it would do it, you would go to like a kiosk or even just send like a wire payment, and then with Colombian pesos. And then what you would do, they would use the liquidity in local Bitcoins to buy Bitcoin, lock it at that price. And then basically that price, they would print it in the UI, they would show it in dollars, right? So for all they know, they're just exchanging pesos for dollars. And then they would send that via the same app to someone in Venezuela. And when that person in Venezuela wanted to claim those dollars, they would just go to local Bitcoin on the other end, and they would sell that Bitcoin, and they would ask the local Bitcoin buyer to send the money to an account, and they would sort of like intermediate that. So that's one cool example of what you're saying, that people don't even know.
I really wonder when people say, you know, governments are going to ban Bitcoin. I just like wonder how they can even possibly do it when you have 35 app developers. You know what I mean? There's always people that are developing their own local version. How it's literally, where would you even begin as a government other than a blanket ban? And the blanket bans have worked incredibly well for prostitution and drugs, as far as I can tell, you know, so.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's financial apartheid. It's financial apartheid, and you see it in countries like Iran and in Venezuela, while the people that are in power.
Power in Iran, right? Did you get that statistic last week?
Which?
So 5% of Bitcoin's hash rate is in Iran. Okay.
I did not know that. Wow.
Right, and wow. That's just like if that isn't a proof of the American use case, I can't think of very many countries that have suffered longer under financial sanctions, American financial sanctions, except for maybe the Palestinians. But there's Bitcoin's use case writ large. Here's a nation that has been made a pariah, a financial pariah, with economic sanctions decade on decade. And they're now essentially monetizing their oil via Bitcoin. So I'm curious, how do you see the future? Because everybody comes into this space and is like, okay, but it can get banned. The likelihood of that happening seems to be shrinking and shrinking and shrinking for me, other than on some sort of like moral level. Yeah.
Yes, well, this is a conversation that we can have forever, Exile. You know, this is a conversation that it has so many ways to go. But what I really find interesting is that, you know, even Bitcoin maxis, you know, agree with stable coins. Like if there's one thing that they're okay with Bitcoin, but then they will accept Tether, right? Because they understand it's needed. So I find that really cool.
I think that people are willing to accept Tether is because it's a non-volatile denomination, and you can move in and out of it. It's just like a, you know, it's a bridge currency that you can look at. You go, okay, this month I don't want to even look at my Bitcoin holdings, you know, because I've got rent to pay this month, and so I'm just keeping that USDT on my MetaMask because I know, okay, this month, regardless what happens, I'm gonna, you know, pay my rent and my gas bill and whatever. So I think that's pretty clearly established. Yeah.
Yeah, correct. So, but yeah, I just find it interesting that, you know, it's like, you know, like all this inflation, all of this flood of dollars, it's sort of like the anteroom to hyper Bitcoinization. So before that, we're seeing, for example, Strike here, the historic announcement. You know, like we are hoping, you know, Strike, you're also using, you're using Satoshi, but you're also using stable coins, if I'm not mistaken. So it's really interesting how they're complementing each other temporarily, just because it's a familiar currency that we need for now, until eventually exactly how the future will be. I don't know, can it be banned? I don't know. I think there's so many benefits for every government is benefiting from it. You know, you have in El Salvador, Bukele, he's extreme right wing, and then you have in Venezuela, Maduro, and he's extreme left wing. What happens if he were to announce what Bukele announced, right? So you have from both ends of the spectrum. The difference is, of course, if apparently what El Salvador is going to do, and this is an important distinction, because I do think it's an important distinction. It's that, you know, nobody knows how much Bitcoin the Venezuelan government is having. Nobody knows any data about anything. There's been no official data about anything printed for a decade at least. Whereas what Strike wants to do in there, it would really provide transparency. So the whole point of what we're doing is transparency. We want cryptographic laws for lawless nations, and I think the future, decentralized future, it's chaotic, but needs to be ruled by cryptographic laws. And I think we're entering a very interesting decade as China rises, and I see almost like Bitcoin, because of stable coins that are, dollar, the trusted network that is being hacked into a trustless network. I see almost like the dollar is visually the dollar is evaporating into Bitcoin, and then Bitcoin is breaking into many pieces around the world. It's almost like the American gift of freedom. The idea of American freedom is going to spread through the world as it should be, not as it's become. Kind of, if that makes sense.
What a way to end! What a way to end to close an hour. Yeah, I think this sort of utopian dreaming and desire to improve the life of people through financial services and cryptographic protocols is one of the things that drew me originally to the space. This whole cypherpunks write code. It's not just like going out there and carrying a sign or voting or whatever. It's truly a complete paradigm shift in having a consensus rule set that you can opt into rather being born into, right? So we're each born into a set of fictitious borders where even if you're Venezuelan, right, and your dad was Chinese and you were born in then America, you have that rule set that's just laid on you. It's a very, very interesting
limited
civilizational development that it's an opt-in system for consensus or not, and the fact that rogue nations as well as recognized nations, it's all permissionless, it's borderless. There's no one that can be forbidden in participating in the system other than by actual physical force. And despite the wars that we see, happening around the planet, still, percentage-wise, we have less people dying from wars and conflict now than ever before, right?
That's arguable because only takes one big bomb to change that statistic.
I don't think that there's ever going to be that big bomb, but that's a discussion for another time. But I think that we are tending towards less actual conflict civilizationally, and having this set of transparent rules being part of the toolbox is a very, very inspirational development. Yeah.
Absolutely, I agree. I think that's the reason that we are all here for, and I think that's why it's exciting to be part of this. It takes a few touch points. Some people, not everybody sees it immediately, but once you get it, you never really go back. That's why it's called red pill. It really opens your eyes to the matrix, to realize that everything, we're just being programmed, and we need to be deprogrammed and recreate the world as we want it to be. And we do have the power with technology, which is something that economists didn't have before as a tool, and all of these revolutionaries. Now we have technology to do, something that can be really exciting and definitely very chaotic. But we're proving something really cool here with Sovereign. Yeah.
So I have a really interesting. So we'll close this off with a question from the Discord chat channel. So everybody that's watching out there, if you go to sovrython.sovereign.app instead of YouTube, you have a live stream window by clicking on the button, and you have also direct access into Discord chat. We're using Discord chat instead of YouTube comments because of all the spam that you normally see in those sort of things, and also to help draw you into our community. Anyway, somebody's asked in the Discord chat if BabelFish will eventually evolve to have a savings feature like Anchor Protocol.
So those are all questions that I would say it's possible, but our focus is mostly on getting Bitcoin insurance and rewarding fish stakers. That's our strategy to begin with, but this is the alpha proposal. And all of this, if you want to see something like this, once we have governance up, please propose your ideas why you think this would be preferable to using Bitcoin, to using it to buy Bitcoin insurance, for example.
So as a last thing, we got a couple more minutes. As a last thing, one of the things that's really cool about the BabelFish community is the amazing art that's coming out of it. So you guys had a logo competition that was really like, how did you settle on the one? Right? There were so many great submissions for the logo. Incredibly active community. Maybe talk a little bit about, do some name dropping of some of the great artists that you have in the community and what's going on.
Sure. Yeah. So I think the logo competition took place probably about a month since after our first tweet. There was just a lot of buzz about it. The name and the idea really clicked with people to understand what we're building. Plus, again, the different communities that we're bringing. And not everybody can code, but if you can't code, you can meme, or you can write. You can do many things. And so putting what you think about BabelFish in one image really attracted a lot of people. We created a bounty until we have Fission, the token generation event. We said, you know what, we have a lot of community. They want to participate. How can we? Because it's all about the community. Well, we need a logo, not just an emoji, which was a cool emoji, but we need a proper logo. So we announced a bounty, 420K fish for different tasks. One of them was for the logo. We were looking for different submissions, and we said that we would reward the top 3 candidates. And we had just a flood. I think it was again over 120. And someone else from the community, and that's very active, Novax. He did like a GIF of all of the submissions that happened in there. And then we had, for example, Flametail. He's also very active. He was sort of like doing the competition, organizing it. And then Hyde, which actually is a community manager that we have, his logo won, right? People were saying, oh, this was probably corrupt, but no, I mean, we can share, Flametail can share with you the results. So it's amazing that even before we have governance, we are really sticking with it. I had my favorite, people in the team had their favorites. I had my own ideas. But this part of democracy, we're trying to do as much as we can by opening up for a vote. Not all decisions will be able to be put up for a vote, but that was one very great example of how we came with it. I actually like it. It's actually, people were also proposing calling it XD, because it looks like a smile and because it looks like a fish too. And it's cool. It was kind of like the crypto fish of the early Christians in the Roman Empire. So fish has a lot of symbology. So fish and space, we really love our brand. There's a lot to do together with Sovereign, together with, for example, Tropicus Finance as well. There's many things happening in RSK. There's a lot that can be done with the BabelFish brand, and the community is super pumped. And we're thinking the things that we're talking about. People want to do sort of like a cypherpunk style NFT drop for everyone. So it's like pixelated different types of fish, because there's so many fish varieties. There's many cool ideas. We will see how we can bring it all together. But so far, Sovereign serves as a very good example of how to create order from disorder in a way. And eventually the community understands that it's chaotic, and it's a community that basically embraces chaos, right? And so long as you're doing that and you're willing to take the risk and really participate, people will notice you.
I think what's really cool about both the Sovereign and the BabelFish communities is that the level of dialogue has a lot of mutual respect. You don't see flame wars and hate and that sort of stuff. Is very, a lot of, it seems that people who are tired of the normal, fighting elsewhere online are gravitating to both our communities, and it's really inspiring. So cool. We got to change over to the next guest. Thanks so much for joining us. Enjoy Miami.
Thank you, Exiled. I will.
I will see you online, man. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Bye.
Cheers. Hey, Colin.
Hey, how are you? Exiled Surfer.
I'm doing good. Enjoying talking to people from all over the world. I love doing these things. It's one of the coolest things about crypto is meeting and talking to peers around the world that are working on cool shit. So thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I'm in Miami now for the BTC conference. Got my wristbands, and everybody's really enjoying seeing each other face to face. But we're all used to this, digital streaming platform kind of thing. So this is the way it's going to be for a while. But it's really nice to see people face to face. So if you're in Miami, hit me up.
No, man, I'm landlocked in Austria, right? So I mean, haven't been able to travel for 6 years now. So it's just about the only way that I can meet my peers outside of the country is virtually. So I guess I'm kind of used to it.
I am. Give me 1 second. I'm still enabling the screen sharing on my Mac for this.
Right. So you got a new Mac, and you haven't figured out that you need to go down into the system settings and allow Chrome to share your camera yet, or?
I mean, I use Brave browser, so I think that it's like at some point I switched and gotta go find the privacy settings and enable screen recording on Mac. I appreciate the security measures that they put in place to prevent screen recording from random apps.
I just got a new M1 Air last week, and also had to go through and enable that stuff as well in the system settings. So
I apologize. 1 second. Let me get that.
No problem.
Go.
But if you want to tell us impressions about Miami while you're doing that, if you can multitask, then we can also. Everybody, it's really cool how many people we have today. You're the fourth person.
How many people do we have on today?
Well, so Yago was in Miami, was on this morning, and then just now DolarCripto is in Miami. So Smuggler wasn't, but yeah, a lot of people down there.
Yeah, I definitely I noticed quite a few people from 2017, 2018 times. So it was good to see people face to face. A lot of people from the SF Blockchain Week. It says I have to quit my Brave browser, so I'm going to have to rejoin. I'm so sorry.
Okay, cool.
All right.
No problem. I can hold down the fort.
Okay, 1 second. All right, I'm back.
Yay.
Perfect. I will, so to reintroduce myself, I'm Colin Lowenberg from Akash Network. You can check out our website, akash.network. And I'm going to be going through all of our developer tools and get you guys started in this call. So hopefully by the end of this call, you'll feel pretty comfortable with using Akash to run any application that you want.
Cool. Go for it.
All right, cool. Share. Can you guys see my screen? Yep, sure. You sure can. 1 second. Well, so for those that are not familiar with Akash, you can find us on the Sovrython Gitcoin. It's still loading. My computer's loading a little bit slower. Akash is a cloud marketplace for you to run any application. So we do not really compete with any cryptocurrency companies. We really compete with Amazon Web Services. So a lot of cryptocurrency companies are still using centralized today. as much as we're building out the decentralized finance industry, and the decentralized web's still growing and still emerging. And 2 years ago, I feel like this wasn't really feasible and possible to do. Today, it's possible to run your entire application on a decentralized stack. So we are the decentralized cloud for compute. And what that means is you may want to run your application on Amazon, and you're going to pay $5 an hour for some server that you're hosting on Amazon or Heroku or Google or Azure. But instead, I'm going to show you why you should consider using Akash to run your applications. Sorry for the slowness on my computer today. Never seen the internet go so slow. So if you go to the Gitcoin for Sovrython, you can see we have 3 different challenges. Each one of these, I've put prizes of $100,000 up to $100,000. Those prizes will be split across all 3 of these challenges. We will let our community vote. So the judges will be our team internally to qualify and make sure that you meet the basic minimum requirements. And then we're going to have our community vote on the best solution. And we will award prizes from that $100,000 across all 3 of these challenges to any and all devs that qualify and meet the challenges. Now, Akash, I'm going to walk through if this wants to. There you go. So if you go to Akash.network, you can read about Akash. How did it go so slow? All right. Well, I'm just going to skip right out of the Google Docs presentation. Check out docs.akash.network, and you can find all the documentation, everything that I'm talking about. And we'll send out this presentation so you can find out more without me having go slow on here. So again, Akash is an open source cloud. So everything is open source, and you can contribute to the Akash project. You can deploy any Docker container to our cloud, just like you would to Amazon or Heroku. But the big difference with Akash is that we're open source, and so you can define your price. So as a developer, you get to define exactly how many gigabytes of RAM you want, how many CPUs you want, how many gigabytes of storage you want. But you also, just like you would in a Docker Compose file, except now you also define your price. So the developer sets the price, and then our provider network will then bid on your deployment. So you will not actually have to choose the pricing from Amazon, Google. You decide how much you want to pay for your cloud hosting. And then the providers will bid on you. And then you actually bid on chain. You accept those bids. And so you strike leases. And I've run out of memory. That's hilarious. 1 second. That's amazing. I guess I'm going to have to upgrade to the new M1 Mac. Sorry about that, guys. So you can build any application you want on Akash. For example, if you go to pin.akash.host, you can see one of the community members has built a Pinterest clone that's running entirely on Akash. At the same time, you may want to have backups or static storage because we're leasing out Docker containers. Essentially, you have a stateless Docker container. So if it goes down, you don't have a backup. So what we've developed is a way to back up your Docker containers, either taking a snapshot or backing up your database to some storage host. So in this case, for this application, we actually use a Postgres database backup to SIA network or Skynet. So this application was built on Ruby on Rails, so it can't run on Skynet or decentralized storage. It needs a compute. It needs a server. So Akash is the host for the application, and SIA or Skynet is the backup for the application. So it's possible to build all of your application on a decentralized cloud, both compute and storage. If you're looking for other examples of applications that have already been built, any open source application that can be put into a Docker container can be run on Akash. But we've also tested out quite a few things. So we've tested out a lot of games. We've tested out a lot of nodes for blockchains. And one of the challenges today is for someone to run a sovereign node on Akash. So we want you to submit all of your hackathon submissions to our app depot. So if you go to appdepot.io, you can see our GitHub, and you can actually make a pull request there, and you can submit your SDL file. Your SDL file is your stack definition language file, and that's essentially your submission for the hackathon, is showing that you can deploy on Akash by creating an SDL file. And that file, as I said, defines what CPU you need, also defines what images you're going to run on the network, and defines the price that you want to pay. So I've also written up a lot of documentation. So if you go to docs.akash.network, we've got a getting started guide. Because I started a little late, I don't think I'm going to have time to walk through it on this live stream. I just did a live stream 2 weeks ago. I was able to get through this entire documentation in under an hour. It shouldn't take you more than an hour to get going. If you have any trouble with this, please contact me. I'm on Discord. I'm in the Sovrython chat. I'm happy to walk you through this documentation. We can set up a time and do a presentation for a group or an individual. Happy to walk through it. Please try to get through this first before talking. Get your wallet set up, and I will fund your wallet. So we want you to get started working on Akash, so you don't have to qualify for the challenges to get some free Akash. We will give you free AKT just to get started. Now, why would you use Akash? You're saying, you might wonder, like, why would we compete with Amazon? How are we going to beat Amazon in their own game? Amazon is a giant monopoly, and they have very low costs compared to Google and Microsoft. However, we can undercut Amazon's prices significantly because we are using a crowdsourcing model for getting our cloud providers. We actually are seeding our market with Equinix Tier 4 data centers around the world. They have over 220 data centers around the world, and we are now leasing out Equinix on our blockchain. So you can actually get a Docker container running on Equinix bare metal with a Kubernetes cluster behind it, and you can now do that at 66% off of the Amazon prices. So about 1/3 the cost of Amazon to run on Akash. So long term, we're a better solution for nodes and validators and anything that's a highly demanding application. For example, a sovereign node. Of course, nothing is complete without a community. Because Akash is an open source project, anyone can contribute. It's also a permissionless network, so anyone can be a cloud provider and anyone can build and run on Akash. This means that it's censorship free. That said, the community can make decisions. And if you want to join our community, go to discord.akash.network. There's also folks to help you there. If I'm not responsive because I'm asleep, you can always go find another engineer working there in the community who's willing to help. So I've got 3 challenges now for you. The first challenge is a sovereign node challenge. I want to see a sovereign node running on Akash. Now, I know this is possible because we've got nodes for Solana, nodes for Cosmos, node for Akash. We run our own validators on the Akash network. Our own website runs on the Akash network. And I would love to see the sovereign network running on the Akash blockchain leases to get your cloud. So I would really, really like to see that. And that will give you up to $1,000 just to get started during this hackathon. And at the end of the hackathon, we'll vote. And the winner of that vote will get $10,000. And if you continue to work on this application after the hackathon, we'll give you up to $100,000. So that's our commitment to the sovereign ecosystem, is that $100,000. At the same time, we also want to support open cloud technologies. So if you go into this, we want to see someone build the open source cloud with us. And so if you can start contributing to our project and building this open source cloud and building the decentralized web, we need your help to do that. So we're giving a prize similar, $100,000, to help us build out that ecosystem. So if you can join our Discord and write a forum post on our forum describing what you want to build an open source application that uses Skynet and Akash, or Handshake and Akash, something that really shows how developers can do this, and then write a guide about it. So the key here in this submission is to write a guide teaching others how they can build decentralized web applications. And so this one is really about education more than just supporting the first one is about Sovereign and building a partnership with them. Second one is about helping other developers build the open source cloud. The third challenge that I want you guys to consider doing is building us a UI. Because we are really focused on developers, we haven't really launched our UI yet. It's in process and it is coming. I've seen it, but we really need the community to step in and build a UI. We want to see what you can build. So please try to build a UI that allows developers to easily build and deploy on Akash. So today, in order to run on Akash, you need to use our command line. So the way to do that is following our docs on our docs.akash.network. You can walk through the steps. Basically, you install the Akash CLI, and then you can choose a network, and you can create a wallet, and then I will fund your account. So just message me on Discord or set up a time with me to chat, and we will fund you and get you the AKT you need to get started. And then once you've got it running, we will continue to fund you and put you up for vote for any of these challenges. And we would like you to post those challenges on Gitcoin, but we'd also like you to post those on our forum so that our community can vote on that. We want our community to be involved in the voting process. So here are the important links. I'm going to add one more link here. So if you want to schedule support time with me, you can actually just go to easybook.io and you can book me. So because I didn't get started right away, I want to make sure that I follow up with each of you guys. If you want help, you can schedule me with easybook.io, and you can find example apps on appdepot.io. Now, if you check out the docs page, go right through there. You can jump in right here, and you can see we've got an overview, install, everything that I just told you about. It's all right here in the documentation. And if you want to see an example application, check out pin.akash.host. You can see this is a Pinterest clone with some cute puppies running on Akash. So if you can run a Pinterest clone, you can run any application. As well, we recently launched facesofcrypto.io. We're hosting this entire application and website on Akash. So any website, any node, any validator, anything you need to run on a server, you can run on Akash. So we would love to see what you guys can build in this hackathon. And I will be happily walk through the setup process with you. It's as simple as going through that guide. I'm going to pause there to see if there's any questions from the audience. Feel free to ask me questions. Do we have any questions from the audience? I don't see any. All right. Thank you guys for listening to me talk. I'm going to try to give you guys the time to reach out to me. I'll be in that Discord chat, ready to chat with you guys, and giving out free AKT for you at any point throughout the next few weeks. And if I'm not responsive, you can always book a calendar time with me on easybook.io. When you go to there, please make sure you select developer support so that I'm not too confused where you're coming from. So if you go there, just make sure you please click customer support and schedule some time through that link rather than a partnership discussion. So just to summarize, if you're interested in running on Akash, we are the decentralized cloud, and we're ready for you to deploy anything you want in a Docker container to our cloud quickly and easily. And if you need funding to get started, just message me. exiledsurfer, I don't think I have time to go through the entire.
Dude, man, you like banged through that. You had 50 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, if we have time, let's do it. I'll deploy an application.
You have another 30 minutes.
Okay, great. Let's do it. I didn't think we had time. All right, let's do it.
Yeah. All right. Go for it.
All right, cool. So we're going to go through the docs right now. Just go through it with me, everybody. I want you to step by step learn how to use Akash. So the first step when you're setting up your environment, we're just going to do this on command line right here on Bash. And you want to select which network you're going to run on. Very serious. I want everyone to run on mainnet. So go ahead and choose the mainnet. As you're going through, you want to set up variables on your command line. That's how our documentation is written. So if you're not familiar with variables, you just take a variable like this and set it equal to what you'd like. So I'm just going to copy and paste that. And now I've set that network variable on my command line. I'm also going to set my version, which is going to pull the URL, and then I can also set my chain ID. So I'm basically setting up my variables in my bash. If you close your terminal window, note that you're going to lose all those local variables, and you'll have to reset your variables if you close your window. Also, you'll be able to pull the seed nodes once you've set up these 3 variables. The Akash network, I've set it to mainnet, set the version here, and I've set the chain ID. Now I can do a curl statement, and I can get all of our seed nodes. You can see the IP address of all of our seed nodes, and you can see the peer nodes. So you can essentially see what servers you're talking to. Also, we want to you can also use the echo command right here. So let's set up our Akash node. We've now selected a specific node to be the node that we want to talk to, and I can then echo that node. So if you type echo and then your variable, you get your node, you get the response back. So you can see I've got my node configured to this IP address right here. Also, I can just print a random endpoint right here, and I can see what endpoint I'm talking to this port on this node. So let's go ahead and install Akash now. I might skip this step since I'm already installed, but if you're on a Mac, you just run this command to install Homebrew. If you already have Homebrew, I hope you do. It's pretty awesome. Just do a brew tap to our repo overclock, and then brew install Akash. Once you've installed Akash, you can also force it to link the Akash CLI command. And once you've done that, you can then verify that you have Akash installed, Akash version, and you'll check to see your version right here. Now, the version of the network might be different. It's okay, we're backwards compatible, but just to check the network version, do a curl of the version. You can see the version of my installed is 12.2, and the version of the network is 12.1. So the command line utility is essentially the same thing that's running on the node. So if you want installing this command line utility is actually the first step in installing the node. So it's good that they're backwards compatible. So now I want you to set up your wallet for me. And this is the wallet address that I'm going to need you to send me to fund you. And I want to do that personally because I want to prevent anyone from, hacking us and trying to get too many tokens from us. So I want to, have a personal conversation with you guys before I send you the tokens. So if you want to create a key, you can type Akash keyring backend right here, derive a new private key using this, and you'll see a response similar to this. Now, you can also do this with a ledger. Once you do this, it's going to create a new key on your computer. Now, note that the keyring backend, you want to leave this as a default of OS. It'll require you to log in. If you set it to test, you'll have to type keyring backend into every one of your commands. So it's a little bit of extra step there. But before you do this command, you need to set your key name. So when you set up your wallet, you want to set a key name. So I'm going to set it for Colin, test. I can type that key in, and I can set my keyring backend. I want to set that to OS or leave it to default. Now, once you've got a new key derived locally, you run this command right here. Before I do that, I've already created my keys. So I'm just do keys list. So you can see I've already got my key created. I don't want to have to redo it, but you can just go in and do keys add. And now I have Akash keys. So you'll see a response like this. When you see this response, write down your mnemonic phrase. That's important for you. If you want to recover your Akash address, you can do that using the mnemonic phrase. So save that in a secure location. If you're just doing this for the hackathon, great. But I highly recommend, even for hackathons, to be secure and save your information into a secure file and store that somewhere, or print it out onto a piece of paper. That's generally what I would recommend doing. For example, for this, I don't mind if you just save it on your computer, but if we're going to continue funding you, you want to make sure you store this securely. So if you have a ledger, you can actually derive the key and store it on your ledger. So I highly recommend that if you have a ledger handy. If you don't have a ledger, highly recommend you get one. Also, you can export your private keys if that's something you want to do. Get them off your computer and store your private key, you can do that. Now, if you want to get your Akash address, you just run this command, Akash keys show. And again, if you change the keyring backend to test, you'd have to keep this command in here. but the default is always OS. Looks like I set my key name to Colin Test, so I'm going to set it to Hackathon. So I'm setting my key name to Hackathon because that's the key that I already have on my computer. And now I can see my address by running this command. And the short version of that would just be, say, Akash tease show and then Hackathon. I get the same information, but because we're using the variables, it makes my life a little bit easier because I don't have to remember all of these commands. It saves from dumb fingering. But the command right here, maybe I should zoom in a little bit so you guys can see what commands I'm running here. But I just ran Akash keys show Hackathon. That's it. And I get my address. So copy this address, send that to me in Discord, and we will fund your account. Next step is to fund your account. Now, this step you can skip over. I want you to read it. Please check it out, understand how it works. You do want to set the Akash variables in here. Make sure you have those set. So I'm going to set the account address to that address that I just pulled out. So I'm going to do Akash account address, and I'm going to copy and paste my address right here. And I'm set my local variable for Akash account address. So relatively simple to do and not too complicated, right? Now you have a wallet set up and you have all your variables set up, and I can now fund you. Now, if you wanted to fund yourself, you can also go to a faucet for the testnet, or you can purchase tokens on an exchange. We're on several exchanges like Bittrex and BHEX. So if you want to get out there, I buy from Ascendex. They're all good exchanges to buy from. But I don't necessarily recommend specifically any one exchange. They're all good. I will give you some free AKT tokens up to $100 without any qualification for this hackathon. I just need to know that you're a real person and do some basic checking before I give you AKT tokens. So I don't have a public faucet. I just want to chat with you. So now to deploy an application, this is where it gets fun. So now you're set up. You've got your wallet. I've sent you some funding. Now you got to pick what application you want to run. So in this guide, we're actually going to run Looney Lite, which is a non-custodial wallet that works with Akash. Now, if you click on that, you can go to the GitHub repo. It's totally open source, and it's a totally running application. I can also, at the end of this, you'll actually see it running. So this is the Looney Lite wallet that we're going to build and run on Akash. Now, before we begin, obviously, if you haven't done Docker deployments before, this might be a little bit new to you. If you don't have your application already in a Docker image, you're going to have to Dockerize your application and put it into a Docker container and create that image in order to get it running on Akash. So I can help you with that, but I'm not going to walk through how to use Docker in this presentation. I also highly recommend just going to Docker's website and figuring it out from there. But happy to send you the documentation how to use Docker. Now, let's make sure that all of our variables are set before we create a deployment. We want to make sure all these things are set. So I can do quick echo node. I've got my node set up. I've got all of these things set up, right? So I know these variables are set. You can verify that you have it right by just doing this echo right here and getting all that information. I see it looks good. No problem there. Double check my key name. Looks good. Hackathon. I can export my address from the key name again, and then check that again one more time. Boom. It's the same one ending in CJX. That's my account. Now I can check my balances. So now I'm interacting with the Akash blockchain. I want to check my balance. I say Akash query bank balances, and I'm using all those variables after it, node, Akash node, and Akash account address. So I can see right here, I've got a balance of 450 million Akash. The denomination is micro AKT or UAKT. So what I actually have here is 452 AKT, with this being after the decimal. But because the cost of compute is so low and our token is so high, we actually denominate it in UAKT. Now, you should see your balance there once I send it to you. If you see a balance of 0, message me the account address again. So now we need to create a deployment file. So in order to take that over this open source repo and link it and set it up and configure it for Akash, we need to write a little software or stack definition file. And that's essentially like a Docker Compose file, but just a little bit different. So the syntax is the same, and you can easily see if you are familiar with Docker Compose files, we basically have the same syntax, what services you're going to run, what profiles you're going to run, and then where you want to deploy it. Also, you can get examples of SDL files from our awesome Akash repo. So this is essentially the product that we want to see from you, is an SDL file that you wrote that lets you deploy your open source code to our cloud. So again, you can also download this file using a curl just to make it a little bit easier. So you can pull that file right down to your computer. SDL is not a programming language that you need to learn. It's just a definition file. So it's not very hard to figure out how to use that SDL file. If you want to walk through the docs a little slower, you're welcome to. And we have actually detailed definitions of how the SDL files work right here. In here, you can see the CPU, memory, and storage. So it's relatively simple to read and use. Now, if you are running on our mainnet, we have a thing called audited attributes. So one of the attributes in this SDL file is to specify who you want to be hosted by. So anyone can host and anyone can be a provider on our network. So you don't really know who you're hosting from unless you say, hey, I only want to be hosted on a Akash signed server. Now you don't have to use our signed servers. You can use any server you want, but I highly recommend just for this hackathon to stick to the servers that we recommend so that you don't have to deal with, the server being, you don't know where that server is. These are servers that we've audited. That doesn't mean that we have any permissions on our block. It's still permissionless, but we have audited these data centers. They are Equinix-backed data centers. They have over 20 different certifications. These are seriously secure data centers in San Jose and Newark. So I highly recommend these servers. That said, you don't have to use the Akash signed servers. These two servers, as I said, one's in New Jersey, one's in California. Equinix actually has 220 locations around the world, so it's not going to be limited to just these two servers in the future. These are just the two that we've audited, and I recommend for this hackathon. If you're another part of the world, you might want to consider another server closer to you. Now, to create the deployment, there's this command, Akash TX for transaction, cert create client. This is the most important step because you need to create a certificate that's stored on chain and secures your entire deployment. So this is our security measure, is creating a certificate for your deployment. Only someone with the private keys and this certificate can actually make changes in your name on the blockchain. So this certificate is what signs your blockchain transaction. So you'll see messages similar to this once you create that certificate. I've already done it. You only need to do it once per account, and it gets used across all of your deployments. If you wanted to have separation of security between different deployments, you could use different certificates. And then once you've now created that certificate, you can now sign your deployments. So the way you run a deployment is you type Akash TX deployment create and then the deploy.yaml. So that's the file that we're editing. The SDL file is deploy.yaml. And I can open up my Sublime Text if you guys want to see it in Sublime Text real quick. This is my deploy.yaml file. You could download it with that curl statement. We can go in and we can see, here's the signature to say it's been audited by Akash. Here's the price that I want to pay. I want to pay up to 1.001 AKT or 1,000 micro AKTs. This is the minimum that you should use. Don't go below 1,000 UAKT because you probably won't get bids from providers. This is going to be, this is a very small amount. There's if you need more than I give you, just message me, but we'll give you up to $100 for this hackathon just to get you started. And that's roughly 30 or 33 AKT. So we'll send you 30 AKT to get you going in this hackathon. And that's way more than you need to run a deployment throughout the hackathon. Now to deploy on Akash, you can run this command. I'm going to go ahead and run it, see if we are successful. In here, you'll notice in this command, the key name, the node name, the chain ID, and the fees right here. The fees in this command are the gas fees. So this is how Akash makes money, is we collect those transaction fees. Those transaction fees go to pay the validators that validate our blockchain. There are 64 different validators on Akash. All of them have over 400,000 AKT. So they are staking. They are providing 56% APY to people staking on them. They are, professional validators, and they are getting paid to host our blockchain. So those fees are important, and you can set the gas fees that you can set a limit to your gas fees right there. If you want to lower them a little bit, you can. So I'm going to run this command: Akash deployment create deploy YAML with all those variables that we've already set up. So if you didn't have the variables set up, you got to type in the whole command. I like having the variables. It makes the documentation easier too. You get this nice block of text. You might want to copy paste this into Sublime Text to make it a little bit more readable. And let me do that. So in here, I actually want to search for a couple different numbers in here. I want to search for a D sequence. That's the deployment sequence. So the deployment sequence in here has a value right here, and you want to copy this out to a notepad. The reason we want to copy that out, you can see D sequence right here, is we're going to need that variable. So I'm just going to save that D sequence equals to this. So D sequence. You find that in your result of creating that deployment. So now we've put that deployment on our blockchain. Let's find out, make sure that it's actually open and created. But I want to double check on it. So I'm going to set these variables on my command line so I don't forget them. What was that number? I just put it in Sublime Text. So I'm going to copy paste this, and I'm going to set that variable on my command line. Boom. I'm also going to set my O sequence to 1, and I'm going to set my G sequence to 1. I'd say, Colin, what the hell? What is a D sequence, O sequence, and G sequence? It's actually really simple. The D sequence is your deployment number. The O sequence is the order number, and the G sequence is the group number. So if you had a lot of deployments, which some of our customers are going to have lots of groups and lots of orders and lots of deployments. So if you start putting in more and more deployments, you're going to have different orders and different groups. But right now, for your first time, it's going to be 1, 1, and D sequence is going to be equal to that number that you get in response to deploying to creating a deployment. So now we have these variables. Let's just double check them, make sure they're set up. Great. So now we've posted that deployment to the blockchain. How do we know that it's actually getting bids back? We said, hey, we want to deploy this. Let's check the deployment was created by running this command. We're going to say Akash query deployment get. Pretty simple language, pretty simple command line. Just query all my deployments from this account address on this node with this D sequence. Boom, I do that. I can see my orders right here. I see the number at the top, the deployment sequence number, my owner address, and at the very bottom, it's very useful. It says state open. So just in case you guys can't see it, this is the result of creating a deployment on our blockchain. Now it's not running yet. We still have to look at the bids and accept one of the bids. So we should have gotten some bids by now. So let's go see if we got some bids. So let's query the market order, and we're going to actually get the query, the responses to our deployment. So I run this. We should see the order is now created. It's state open at the bottom, and you can view the bids by saying Akash query market bid list. So Akash query market bid list, and then all of those variables after that makes it really simple. And we can see we're getting bids now. So let's zoom out a little bit. You can see I've already got multiple bids. I've got a bid here from this provider that ends in HCal. So I want to see who is this provider. I can look them up. This is their identifier right here, their address. And I can see, the balance of the account. It put 5 AKT, 5 UAKT into an escrow account, essentially, has been created. And I've basically paid 5 AKT to create an account, and now I need to accept that bid. So I'm going to go and choose this bid from this provider. So I want to set this provider right here. I'm going to use a this Akash provider variable, and I'm going to set it to this address. Just like that. Obviously, double check my work. I've got the account, all my variables are now created, and I'm actually going to strike a lease. So now on the blockchain, I'm going to make a lease, and then I can deploy my application to this provider. So right here, I'm saying market lease create. So I'm going to create a lease with this provider. I've already set up all these variables, so I don't need to type them in. And it's going to confirm that I want to sign it with my certificate. So I'm saying yes, confirm the transaction before signing it. And now I'm going to broadcast that transaction to the blockchain, and I'm going to have a lease with my cloud provider. So that's it. Now I have a lease. Let's see. Let's wait for a second. Give it a minute or a couple seconds. It's probably already done. Should be relatively quick. Let's see. Here's my lease. I did a little, you run this command, Akash market lease list, to see my leases. And you can see my lease was created at this timestamp with this deployment, and the price was 1 UAKT. And it looks like the lease is made on the blockchain. So that's great. We now have a open lease with that cloud provider. Now, there's one more step that you have to do, which is go off chain. So we now have an active lease on, you can see right here, the word state active. That's how we know that the lease is active. So we went from an open state to an active state. Now we can close that lease if we wanted, but we want to actually use the lease. We're not actually running the application yet on that cloud provider. We need to send them the manifest. For security reasons, we don't put your entire manifest onto the blockchain. We just do the lease on the blockchain and the transaction on the blockchain, and you have an escrow account that's constantly paying that provider. Now, if you want, you need to connect directly to that provider and send your deployment YAML file to the provider. So your YAML file, your SDL file or stack definition, is not actually stored on the blockchain. This needs to be off chain for security reasons, because you might have some sensitive information in there. And that Docker image, you don't necessarily want to publish what Docker image you're publishing to this provider. So we're going to send it directly to them with this command, Akash provider send manifest. So this creates a tunnel using MTLS, which is, you can read about MTLS on our docs, and it sends the manifest or your SDL file to the provider directly. So do this. Done. Okay. Now, you should not get any actual output from that, but you can check to make sure your lease status is in use. So let's do another lease status right here. Let's see. Looks like the URI is right here. Looks like we're successful. We just launched this application. It's now running on our cloud, on that Equinix server that we chose. And you can go to that URL right now. So let's open up a URL and see our application, see if it's running. There we go. This is the wallet that I was talking about. We saw the open source repo for it earlier. This is Looney Light. I can, explore the Akash blockchain with this application. I can use the Kepler browser extension to add my wallet. I can link with my Ledger Nano, and I can also continue without any address in there. You can just put an address in, and this application will run. Now, you could do this with any software. You don't need to use Looney Light. You can use anything that's in our app depot. Just go to appdepot.io and find an SDL file, and you can run any of these things. So in here, we've got Big Dipper, we've got Couch Database, we've got Drupal. You could do Postgres, you could do Node.js, you could do Minesweeper, we could do Minecraft, Pancake Swap, but the goal of this hackathon is not to just run these applications. We want to work with Sovereign. So ideally, we want you to jump in and start trying to get a Sovereign node running on the Akash network. So then you can submit. It looks like, oh, wow, that was fast. Someone already added Sovereign node deployment information to the awesome Akash repo. Let's see. Looks like someone's already submitted one example. So that's awesome. There's a Sovereign node already added. Looks like it was done pretty recently. So check that out. Update this. Try to improve upon this. and let's keep going. Let's keep building a better sovereign node solution on top of Akash. Now, I want you're going to want to make changes to your deployment. Obviously, your first iteration is not your last. You're going to constantly want to update it. So we have a process to do that. So if you want to redeploy, obviously, you know how to use GitHub, but you also have to make sure that your cloud, it gets updated. So if you want to do that after your application's got a new Docker image, just run update deploy.yaml. So it's the same command, we're just instead of creating a deployment, we're updating a deployment. So you could just run this command, boom, you've updated it. You do have to run the manifest as well. So you do the on-chain part saying, hey, I'm updating it. Then you do the off-chain part and send the deployment YAML file again. And that's how you update your application. If your deployment starts to run out of funding during the hackathon, you need a little bit more, you can message me. If you need a lot of funding, you can also go buy more tokens on an exchange. But for this hackathon, I want to help fund you guys. So this is how to deposit more. So after we give you a little initial just to get you started, we'll give you more to keep you running. Now, if you want to quit and you want to shut down your deployment, because you don't want to just keep spending money on a deployment that you're not using, you can keep the AKT that you don't use at the end of the hackathon to deploy more applications in the future. If you want to pause your deployment or just you've decided not to use it, you can close your deployment with this command, Akash transaction deploy close. Not too difficult. Now, an important thing you also want to learn how to do for debugging purposes is learn how to view your logs. So these are all of the possible logs right here. I think we'll just do like Akash D sequence, I think is all we need. Let me actually clear that. Let's do a quick, let's just do like Akash D provider lease logs, and we'll do just the D sequence. If that works, that should be good. And that will start logging information. You can also use the command line help as well. So if you run into any issues, you can always do akash.h to get more information on something. And you can always refer to the documentation. We have a CLI reference in here. So if you want to check that out. Also, I'm working on a new version of the docs 2.0. So that'll come out with today or tomorrow. I'll be updating the main to docs 2.0. You're welcome to jump ahead and see that new version of the docs, just slightly updated. So we'll be updating the docs with any FAQs, any questions you have. We'll have those in there. Please don't forget to check out the app depot. So go to docs.akash.network, and then you can also see right here we have we'll have links to go to appdepot.io, and that will take you to our awesome Akash repo with all of those applications. And if you want to book time with me, just type in easybook.io, and you can schedule some time with me to chat, and we can walk through these docs or answer questions for you. If you want to see the Pinterest, you go to pin.akash.host. And if you want to see the Gitcoin, please submit to these challenges. I'll update all the prize amounts in here. We're probably going to have a lot of demand, so we're probably going to split it up into first, second, and third place. Don't know what the differences between first, second, and third will be. We are going to let the community just vote on it. If there's only one winner, that's great. If there's three winners, we'll split it based on the community's vote. So please submit your STL files to the repository Akash, Awesome Akash, and also submit a forum post on forum.akash.network. So we'd also love to see you reposting on forum.akash.network so that we can have a place for people to comment and vote on it. So you can see proposals on there right now. Well, I'd love to see a hackathon submission on the forum within the next day, showing us what you want, and then we'll give you some more funding. So forum.akash.network is where you can post your descriptions of your project, submit for some funding. Thank you guys for listening to me talk. I'm at the top of the hour. So thank you, Exiled Surfer. Got through it all.
Thanks. Wow. Is that the first drink? of water that you're taking?
Oh, that's my coffee.
Okay, but is that the first drink you're taking?
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah, I was out a little late, but not that late. So
Drinking
our
will
new
not be
T-shirt.
centralized.
If you're in Miami, we're giving out these T-shirts. I think we gave them all out, but the goal here is to build a decentralized cloud that's permissionless and censorship free. So if you notice anything in the industry, there's been data centers that burned down in France with no backups. Amazon and a lot of companies have actually banned different political ideologies. So we need to move to a network that's not controlled by one giant corporation. We need to have a cloud that can be permissionless and truly censorship free. But at the same time, this is about building a decentralized web that everyone can contribute to. So it has to be open source. And fortunately, we have all the tools now to do this. We just need to band together and we need to fund these applications. So that's what we're interested in. And I'm really excited to join Akash 6 weeks ago and help manage this community and help fund the projects that we need, because that's really what the funding is to fund these developers that need to build the open source cloud. So I'm excited to see open source take off and see cryptocurrency really being the driving force behind turning the world towards open source software and open source companies. So I'm stoked about that.
Awesome. Thanks so much for that workshop. And thanks also for joining the hackathon, Colin. Enjoy the rest of the day in Miami.
Great. I'll be in the chat room for the next hour or two, and I'll keep on. Maybe I'll go sit by the pool and just chat with you guys. So,
all right. Cheers.
All right. Cheers.
Hey ho, here we are with Dave Connor of Api3 DAO. You want to turn your camera on, Dave? Or
I think it is on.
okay.
Can you not see me?
No, I can't. Have you granted permissions in
Yeah,
Chrome
I
or
can
Brave?
see myself in here.
Oh, okay. Strange. Anthony, is it you seeing everybody?
He can see both of us.
Oh, there we go. Hey, man.
Hey,
So I'm curious. What does Trivet mean?
Trivet? Oh, the
Yeah.
vet. So
Yeah, your Twitter name.
is the vet? Yeah, it's a good question. In my days before blockchain, I was a vet, so I'm a qualified veterinarian as well. So
a veterinarian, not a veteran.
No, not a veteran. My Twitter account is pretty old. It's from 2009. So I've been fairly lazy at keeping it updated and following people, and I very rarely tweet from it. But you asked for a Twitter account, so there it is.
Okay. I like spreading the love and giving people a way to connect with others.
Yeah, no, I
that's not what
appreciate
I
it.
thought. I thought it was the vet. I figured you were like an ex-military guy, but
no,
would have
it's
never come upon a veterinarian.
Yeah, it's not the common entry into crypto, a veterinarian to blockchain. But I used to do a bit of advertising, lead analysis software research on the side, and I kind of came onto blockchain back in 2013, really, when Dogecoin first entered the public consciousness.
That was really fun, man. We had an app where you could just like by Bluetooth you could flick coins at each other.
And there was an app where it kind of rained Doge coins as well, and you had to click on them, and then that gave you real Doge. I remember those. Yeah.
Yeah, that was about the level of my involvement with Doge.
Yeah, it was the fun side of blockchain, but then I think coming on from that, I stayed interested enough that I kind of followed the evolution, the early stages of kind of creating tokens on blockchains, the original colored coins on Bitcoin, and the Doge equivalents of Doge Party, which ended up not amounting to too much. And then
Mastercoin, colored coins, those are some early day stuff.
Yeah. So it was really interesting following that and then seeing Ethereum emerge and creating a very usable smart contract platform. But even then, still, the early uses of smart contracts on Ethereum weren't that interesting to me. It was kind of just creating tokens and fairly niche games. So I think I became most interested in blockchain around 2017, 2018, when the rise of the Oracle projects really led to the possibility of external data being used in smart contracts. And I've always been passionate about fully decentralizing everything.
What's the name of what was the Oracle project that got a good ICO? The Gnosis people. What was the first one? The big
Augur was.
Augur, that's what it was. I was like going, yeah, Augur. That was the light bulb moment.
Yeah, so Augur was it was actually Chainlink. I think for me was the light bulb moment for the white paper there, because Augur and Kleros and Option Room are kind of three Oracle projects out there who maybe sit along the more subjective side. So an Oracle can be seen as anyone putting information on the blockchain, but for me, I've been more interested in the more objective side of oracles. So the ability to put data on the blockchain and have it consumed more or less instantly.
So can you like explain to me the jump from like vet school to data APIs? I mean, that is
I've just always been interested in technology.
Transfer happen?
It's just seeing smart contracts being used on the blockchain, but just being siloed, so not being able to access this external data. And when you look at existing Web 2 apps, they're really a connection of APIs meshed together. So Uber is a payments API, it's a location API, it's a communication API, and it's a maps API. And you net those together and you have this multi-billion-dollar company. So it kind of gets you thinking, why can't you build these on Web3? Why can't you have a truly decentralized, censorship-resistant version of Uber? And it's because the APIs aren't there. So like blockchain developers just don't have access to this kind of information. So we've always been passionate about trying to get this kind of data, and in fact, all kinds of data on blockchain in a form that developers can use. And then that, I think, is what will truly lead to the next generation of dApps being created. It's not necessarily something where increasing TPS or the other metrics that blockchain developers normally use is what's throttling dApp creation at the moment. I think it's the availability of data. So that's kind
Awesome.
of what that's my thesis. That's what's got me into this in 2017, 2018. And originally then we built a marketplace, or I and a few of my other friends went on to found Api3 as one of the companies who founded it. We launched a marketplace back in 2019 for smart contract developers on Ethereum, which offered different kinds of API data called Honeycomb. And that taught us a lot about the barriers in getting APIs on the blockchain and the problems around it. And that eventually is what led us to creating Api3.
Cool. So why don't you just go ahead and give everybody the whole presentation of I don't know what you've got prepared, if you're going to be presenting Api3 and all of its products and services, or just focusing on Airnode or whatever, but you got about 35 minutes to go through your presentation. You can do it relaxed. I'm sure it'll be plenty of time. And then we can talk about your bounties and any questions that I have. Go for it.
Cool. Yeah, so I don't think it'll take 35 minutes, but let me share my screen.
Well, just go relaxed. I can tell you're a little bit. So yeah. So
I've just had a big coffee.
Take your time. Yeah.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yep, we're good.
Okay, perfect. So the main thesis behind Api3 is, like I was just saying, we want to create a kind of environment where there are lots of decentralized APIs available for Web3 developers. This is kind of what I was discussing earlier. Really, we see smart contracts needing reliable, real-world data to provide meaningful services. And if you look at the DeFi apps at the moment, it's $60 billion of TVL is currently contained within smart contracts, just in DeFi. And this is a small subset of real world data. This is essentially only crypto price data and a little bit of commodities data. There are other use cases out there that can be touched upon, but don't really have much in production at the moment. So insurance, supply chain, enterprise, Internet of Things, governments, and the list goes on. And the problem at the moment is that these APIs can't be directly accessed by smart contracts. An API is an application programming interface. It's essentially something that allows software to fetch any data or also trigger off-chain events. So when I say using APIs, this can be both getting data from it and also actioning a real-world output. So sending a letter, sending a package, they can all be done programmatically through APIs as well. Smart contracts can't interact with them directly, and this is what leads people on to the Oracle problem. The Oracle problem classically is a three-party problem. So you have the data source, you have the blockchain, and the Oracle problem supposes that then there has to be a third party who gets data from the source and puts it on the blockchain. And it basically states that you have to then trust this third party unless there's a way of doing it trustlessly. And this is the way that classic Oracle projects have done it. So Chainlink, Band, Teller, Witnet, they all use various different ways of abstracting away the fact that a third party can interfere with the data. So really, the Oracle problem, we think, is actually miscomposed. The Oracle problem essentially is the API connectivity problem. All of the Oracle projects currently are calling data from APIs, and then there's some kind of aggregation process or some process that occurs between these third-party oracles to put it on chain to make sure they're not interfering and there are no Sybil attacks, and then that goes on chain. Whereas actually, when you recompose it, the problem is the inability for dApps to receive services and data from traditional APIs in a decentralized way. And actually, you can solve a lot of the problems associated with these oracles if you can get the data provider themselves to run the oracle. Because then you don't have third parties to trust, you don't have third parties to pay, and you don't have this Sybil attack risk that you have to abstract away. And the best way of describing Api3 is that it's a collaborative effort to build, maintain, and manage these APIs, and also then aggregate these APIs into data feeds, which we call the APIs at scale. So this way, we'll provide fully decentralized data with quantifiable security for projects that need it. And these are the problems that we had with current projects, really. the governance of data feeds is centralized, opaque. There's no oversight over it. The oracles are operated by these third parties, and you don't actually know how secure a data feed is for the amount of TVL that it contains. There's no information, for instance, that say a data feed is served by X node serving Y APIs. That doesn't actually tell you how much value can be secured by it. There's just not enough information there for it. So the problem with centralized data feed governance, for instance, is that if the governor is able to remove oracles from a data feed or add oracles on, then they can actually have control over this data feed. They could remove all the oracles from it and put their own oracle on and report whatever they wanted. So it's a point of trust, basically. And what's worth mentioning is why they have to do this. You can't really see a data feed as being like a smart contract. So you can't create a data feed, write it saying, call this API, this endpoint from this API, and deploy it and expect it to work in perpetuity, because API providers can change their specs. New API providers might emerge that provide a kind of objectively better quality data, or API providers might go offline or go bust. So there has to be an entity with oversight over it. And current projects just have the company who operates the Oracle project doing it. But there's no visibility as to the decisions they're making. There's no public voting. There's no trustlessness there at all. So effectively, you're trusting a single party that they won't interfere with your data feed. And we had a problem with that, because essentially, to me, that's not solving the Oracle problem if you're still trusting that someone isn't going to misreport the data that your DApp uses. The second problem we set to solve is this kind of problem of having third-party oracles. These third-party oracles expose any data feeds or even any single APIs to middleware attacks. So things like Sybil attacks and the node operators colluding to slightly misreport. This also decreases the transparency of the feed. So for instance, in some Oracle projects feeds at the moment, you can only see where the oracle that reports the data. You don't actually follow that back through to the API, so through to the data source. So you might have 5, 7 oracles, but you can't tell that they're actually all using different APIs. They might only be using 1 or 2 or 1, and there's actually no way of testing that, which also makes it harder from a risk assessment point of view. Sorry, the other thing I should mention here is that when you have these middlemen, so these third-party nodes, they're not doing this just because they believe in trustlessness. They're doing it to make money. So if you're relying on third-party oracles, you tend to end up having to pay them to do their job as well. So when we're talking about having API providers put the data on chain, this ends up being cheaper because you're not paying the middlemen directly, and the API provider can push directly on chain. So you're also saving gas costs of having to aggregate between multiple third-party nodes. And this is what I was touching on earlier. It's about quantifiable security. We think decentralized Oracle networks shouldn't be treated as completely trustless. There are lots of problems that they can do. So for example, here we put technical malfunctions, malicious oracles, malicious data sources, scaling solution malfunctions can all be problems that you can find with these kind of Oracle projects. So we believe that we should quantify the amount that's secured by an Oracle project so that people can look at their risk and assess how much they'd lose in the event that something happened. And if they're not happy with that, then they can look and take their TVL elsewhere. So API3 aims to provide smart contract developers with data feeds that solve all of these issues. So the first point here is that we use first-party oracles. We have AirNode, which is our oracle. It's run by API providers, and this gives fewer attack surfaces. So for instance, we have an API called Finage, who we're providing for the hackathon. Finage provides crypto price data, commodities data, Forex data, and they're able to put this data directly on chain through AirNode. So you don't need redundant nodes. You don't need nodes to aggregate between. You can call data directly from the endpoints on the API, and it's served on the chain. This saves gas. You don't need to aggregate between the nodes, as mentioned, and also there's no separate fees for those nodes. In order to get an API provider to run a node, we've had to design it in a very particular way. And the aim here, as I was mentioning before, is to try to improve the adoption of external data for blockchain in the whole, and try to get as many data sources to be able to provide data to blockchain projects. So we've had to design this node very carefully, and we've worked with API providers for a while because since 2018 we've been building a marketplace on Ethereum for it. So we kind of know the specs and we know what they're happy to run. So Airnode's been designed around this. The first point is it's set and forget. So you don't really have to know much about how it works or know anything extra to deploy it and to operate it. This kind of an example of this was we tested a deployment 5 months ago, I think, and then went back to it without having done any maintenance, and it was still running perfectly well. And this also goes back to it being maintenance free. It's stateless, so it's very resilient against any problems that require a node operator to intervene. And it's built on pay-as-you-go services, which means that if it's not used, it's not costing you anything. So API providers can deploy an Airnode knowing that if they're not immediately receiving any demand for it, it still isn't going to cost them anything at all. The last point is it's cryptocurrency free for data providers. Because although some crypto price providers might be happy with this, we want to get as many different data sources on the blockchain as possible. And some of the very traditional API providers aren't going to want to have to maintain wallets to top up with Ethereum, with RSK, with various different tokens. It causes problems for them with compliance, with AML, and generally it's quite a significant barrier for them to get over. With Airnode, the requester covers all the gas costs, and the API providers can take payment for access in whatever form they want. So people can take money in fiat, and then they can allow people to access the API, and they're not touching crypto at all for that process. And it's kind of, although ultimately we want people to become more involved in blockchain, we think it's easiest to get them involved bit by bit. And this is a very good introduction, we feel. The last point, and the kind of the big differentiator with API3 and the other projects, is that we're going for full decentralized governance. So we have a DAO that's just finished its final audit. It's governed by a DAO, and it'll be decentralizing the governance of the APIs and the single APIs and the API3 project as a whole. The way this project will work is that people who have API3 tokens will be able to stake them in a staking pool, and this staking pool then gives them governance rights in proportion to how many tokens they have staked. So this basically means that the more API3 tokens you have, the more of a say you have in it. But the staking is also used to collateralize the quantifiable security. And what this means is that if there's a project with the data feeds, or sorry, if there's a problem with the data feeds or with the other data provided by API3, there can be a kind of decentralized insurance procedure so that the users who suffer the losses don't lose out directly. And this goes back to the quantifiable insurance. This means that we can, for a certain project, say we will insure you up to X dollars TVL, and then the project knows that any Oracle or data problems that cover up to that amount will be covered by API3. This is also done through a third-party arbitration process. So Kleros is an example arbitrator. We'll be launching with them. And that also further decentralizes the process of claims. So you don't have to rely on the DAO saying, yes, we want to pay out because we had a problem with the data feeds. That's taken away from our control. Through this also, it incentivizes correct governance, because if you let anybody with tokens govern, you run the risk of them then creating problems and trying to behave maliciously. Here, if that happens, they do lose their tokens. So that's guarded against. And that's just about the governance token that I was describing. So I'll go on to the prizes now. What we really want with this hackathon is we want to see people building interesting things using Airnode-enabled APIs. We want to see if anybody has suggestions for how the protocol can be improved. We'd be happy for them to try and do that, and that's one of the categories for our prizes as well. And the other thing we'd like is, because we're starting to add these APIs, we want to see people who can create something amazing with an existing project. So, for instance, people might look at using the FinEdge API, which has crypto prices, to create a limit order DApp, which would work for Uniswap. So these kind of things can be fairly easily done, and we'd really like to see what people can do with it. We're getting to the point now where these APIs are starting to be deployed. So Sovrython is the first hackathon that we're doing. It seemed to work very well for timing, and also we're very passionate about making data available to as many blockchains as possible, because Bitcoin is kind of the daddy of all blockchains. The possibility of helping bring data to a sidechain of Bitcoin was really interesting for us. And that's everything. Let me go back.
Cool. Why don't you pop over to the hackathon page, to the Gitcoin page.
Okay.
And yeah, let's look at your bounties there. You
Yeah.
want to be any
So-
more clear about the bounties? I see that there's already 2 projects that have, I think.
I think we actually have 3 so far, which is really good. It's nice to see some early interest. Yeah, so for our prizes, the first prize is $25,000, second prize is $15,000, third is $5,000, and there's a judge's choice prize of $5,000 that could be awarded to other things that we find very interesting. For all of this as well, there's a focus on trying to get something production ready. So if people create something here that we think would make a very good production ready candidate, then there's a grant for $100,000 as well that we can award to them. We really want to see people using these and people building something that is used. The main prizes here, these prizes aren't in any specific subcategories. So we'll just be giving it to what we deem as the best, second best, and third best project, and then we'll collaborate with the choice as well. So you can do any one of these individual criteria or all 3, however you feel is best. Throughout all of this, we have a channel on the Sovrython Discord, and we also have a channel in our own Discord. We'll be monitoring both of those. So whatever is easiest for you to ask questions in, we will happily do that. I think the Sovrython one is probably best for most people.
Awesome. Why don't you got plenty of time to do some deeper dive into Airnode, if you'd like to do that.
I'll see if I have a deck on Airnode. So I'm not a developer, so the actual technical side of things is less good.
Me either.
Get my Airnode deck. Okay. Okay. Yep. If we could share screen again, I'll go through a few slides about Airnode. Okay, so as kind of mentioned before, Airnode's a simple open source Web3 API gateway. It allows API providers to connect to blockchains without active management or using third parties. And when we say blockchains, Airnode's been designed to be blockchain agnostic from the start. So currently, Airnode will work with more or less any EVM compatible blockchain. As an example here, when the business development team at Sovrython got in touch with me about Sovrython, we were able to test and deploy Airnode onto Rootstock within 24 hours and have it able to send data there. So it's been designed in a way that once a blockchain is integrated, every API provider running Airnode is then able to push data to that blockchain. So, for example, Finage and Heimdall are 2 API providers who we're integrating for Sovrython, but they'll also be available on the other blockchains Airnode supports eventually. It's designed to be deployed without any blockchain-specific know-how by the API provider using the same cloud provider. And the same cloud provider part is pretty important because it means that Airnode will have the same uptime as the API provider itself. And the importance of that is that it means if the API provider is down, Airnode will also be down, but there is no point having an Airnode that's operational that's not able to serve data. And if the API provider is up and the API is working, Airnode will also be working. So that's why we wanted to API providers to be able to deploy it in exactly the same way as their APIs are deployed. The key thing here as well is the API provider is in full control of their data. No third parties can access it without their consent, and Airnode's also been audited to be GDPR compliant. So for big enterprises providing data, they know that it's not going to go through third-party middlemen who might not have GDPR audits, might not have data security in place. It will be just used by them and whoever they want directly to use their data. These are the kind of specs that we have designed to make sure that API providers are willing to run it. It's quick to set up. You can deploy it in 3 minutes. Actually, it's set and forget. Like I mentioned, you can, once deployed, it can operate for months without needing any extra changes. Maintenance free, stateless, so that any loss of state by the blockchain itself will normally be self-healed within a minute. So then the data will be pushed after that. Free to deploy. I think we tested it. I think you could deploy up to something like 22 air nodes simultaneously under AWS free tier. So it really is pretty light and easy to maintain, and cryptocurrency free for people to use. Well, for the API provider side. And this is the main points that we always bring up with the API providers. They tend to see it, and they should see it, as expanding their addressable market. API providers they're very knowledgeable about cloud technology and how everything works there. So what we're offering basically is a way for them to wrap their API in a way that it can be used by this whole new landscape of consumers. And really, when it comes to the market size, I think when you look at $60 billion TVL for DeFi, just based on price data, when you expand that to other possible addressable verticals, I think really there's a huge use case here. And a lot of API providers are very interested in doing that. So that's the entirety of my extra Airnode deck. Let me stop sharing. So we're really interested in anybody who's looking to build any projects on Airnode with API3. One of the other categories that we've offered as surprise category is people who are looking to integrate an API themselves. We've documented all of this process. It involves creating what's called an Oracle integration specs. This is very similar to the kind of the data specs that people use to create an it's very similar to open API specs, and it's designed to be directly transferable. So we want to see people who see a data source out there that they're interested in getting online, either reaching out and helping the data provider integrate Airnode, or doing it themselves as a third-party kind of proof of concept. Although it doesn't have the same security guarantees for a hackathon, it can create some interesting use cases anyway. But like I say, we have 2 API providers already there for you. So I've been through briefly what Finage does. Heimdall is another interesting API. They provide social scoring for different crypto projects. So a kind of example project we've given that could be created here is a social score-based rebalancing portfolio, basically. So almost like a kind of balancer that adjusts the weights of different projects based on their social scoring. So that way, if a project suddenly emerges that gets a lot of organic adoption, then you might be able to pick up on that a bit earlier.
Imagine that being very useful in all of the DAO space that's happening in Ethereum, and there's so many different forks and implementations from Moloch DAO and Metacartel. There's a huge ecosystem there of people that are holding tokens in each other and using tokens for access. So there's already a social weighting happening in many projects. Also for NFTs, I can imagine this would be a huge use case that we're going to be seeing. You're going to need NFTs for access to platforms, or access to content, or access to all kinds of different things. It's going to be a huge market of reputation, monetization, so to speak, going on in the next year. So it's going to be definitely a place where APIs can play a large role.
Yeah, sure. Definitely. And these are 2 sort of early APIs that we're offering for this hackathon. We intend for there to be orders of magnitude more available down the line. So these early implementations as well, if there are any other pieces of data or any other data providers people are looking for this, they're welcome to reach out, and we can always see if we can help out there. So
awesome.
And on the whole, we're really willing to try and help people wherever we can. Our integration engine is very good, and we've tried to work on the documentation quite a lot for this, and I think we'll probably do a tutorial video as well, just to explain.
Yeah, cool. Just let me know. We can put it in the schedule. We can stream it on the channel. We got 6 weeks. We can do multiple things, workshops. If you want to schedule that, reach out to the community. We can organize that, and it doesn't have to be a one-off thing. I thought it was a good place to be an introduction. Also, you have on, if you go to sovrython.sovereign.app as a user and you click on partners, There's also there a link to a video booth. You can schedule a time to talk with the Api3 guys. We have ongoing, ability for breakout rooms. So communications channels are open, and we'll do our best to integrate with anybody that wants to have help with what it is that they're doing. We're all here as a team, multiple people to assist people to build things. This is our way of reaching out to and finding new talent. This is not something that we see either as Api3 or as Sovrython, that we see as a one-off sort of thing. This is the beginning of building relationships and assisting development of products that interface with our product. So go check out the bounties. Get in touch with us on Discord. Ping us on any channels, and we'll do our best to help you guys find a way that would be meaningful to build a product. You don't have to stab in the dark, right? You can ask us what it is that we want. It's a good thing to be familiar with our GitHub repo as well, our smart contracts. Look at what it is that we're doing. We also have Api3. We also have API bounty listed as in addition to Api3's bounty. So basically anything that we can do price data on, we're looking at. And if you've got teams that are, you have UI, UX, front end people on your team, we're very, very interested in that. So this can be an onboard into a longer term relationship with longer term compensation in the form of the initial bounties, the grants, and even potentially project launch on Origins with a token. If anybody has a business use case that's going to help expand the ecosystem, then both of our teams are here to help you guys doing that.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
what it's all about. It's not just like come and hack something and get some money. It's come and show us the first MVP. And we know that software development takes time, but if you don't start somewhere, you never really get anywhere. But we have capital to assist these type of things being implemented. So take opportunity of that.
Yeah, I think as well, like some of the times a lot of people are confused about different aspects of data and how best to use data and how to integrate it. So if you need any help there, any suggestions, you're welcome to reach out. I'm happy to chat to you.
Awesome. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Yeah,
and thanks for partnering with the Thon, man. It's great to meet you, and look forward to developing this moving forward, and integrations with our platform in or outside of the hackathon. Hopefully we'll be seeing each other more often, Dave.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks very much for your time anyway. I appreciate it.
All right, cheers. So that's it for the day. First day of Sovrython. We'll be providing content regularly for the next 6 weeks. And at the end of the hackathon, we'll have more intensive talks and scheduling as well. Check us out, sovrython.sovrython.app. Click on Discord, gives you a direct link into the channel for the hackathon. Check out the Gitcoin bounties on Gitcoin. Follow us on Twitter. Follow us on Telegram. We have multiple channels where you can get in touch with us. Our devs are very, very accessible. We're not, although 99% of the people at Sovrython are pseudonymous, we're not unavailable. So we do a lot to interface with the community. You guys get to see my face, but there's far more important and far more talented people on our team than me. So just reach out to us anywhere that you need to, and we'll assist you to get involved. Thanks so much to Antony from ETHWorks, our partner in the production of Sovrython. Just finished up the 0x hack on Gitcoin. Thanks so much, Anthony, and the ETHWorks team for being involved. And that's it for me for today. My voice is borked, and it's Sunday, so gonna finally get some rest. Stay sovereign.